Welcome back from lunch. Another point about voting cards. I've been asked to remind members that if they have previously been elsewhere voting on Zoom and you're now in the chamber, you need to remember to report to the information desk so that your voting card, your in-person voting card, can be activated. Debate continues on item 30. Stuart Fife, followed by Aidan Hargrave-Smith. Speech limit remains 3 minutes.
Stuart Fife, Carlisle, 077. Thank you, Chair. I oppose item 30 and indeed the amendments that follow, despite the fact that my diocese is one of those whose non-appointment apparently justifies these amendments. A great deal of speculation followed the non-appointments to Carlisle, but the reasons for it, I need to stress, are unknown. As Archdeacon, I dearly hoped that a culture of deference, combined with a calculated misuse of my power, might tease out of someone what really happened. But confidentiality has proved disappointingly watertight. As it happens, however, one of our CNC members, who doesn't share the theological position thought to have been responsible for our non-appointment, has written to me expressly opposing these amendments, particularly those on the voting threshold, giving an archbishop a casting vote, and this one, the removing abstentions from the calculation. He notes that if political or theological issues are the real issue here, tinkering with the standing orders does not address this and may in fact simply fan the flames, making people even more tactically political. But if our aim is simply to avoid non-appointments, it needs to be noted that an abstention indicates that someone has reservations, and that is a good thing. So I can only say what I always say as Archdeacon to parishes, that to make a non-appointment is always better than making a bad appointment or an appointment you're not quite sure about. So in cases where you're not fully united behind the decision, non-appointment is not a failure, but the wise exercise of your authority. And therefore, to remove abstentions simply adds to the sense that we're not fully behind appointments, which is a step in the wrong direction. In the case of Carlisle Synod, I need to tell you that we are not remotely downhearted or dismayed by the fact that we haven't made an appointment. We are extremely well led by our acting bishop. We are a happy ship getting on with mission. The only thing that would have helped us is if we had not immediately gone to the back of an 18-month-long queue as though we had been naughty. Some of us might perhaps have been naughty, but surely we're not being punished. So one amendment that would have helped us would be a requirement that when a CNC has been convened and a recommendation not made, it would be required to meet again within, say, 6 months or some other suitable period. That would have helped us, but ironically, that's not one of the options available to us on this vote. So I encourage Synods to vote against this particular amendment and those that follow. Thank you.
Aidan Hargreaves-Smith, London 356. Chair, as Synod knows, I am yesterday's man. But one part of that yesterday included the privilege of serving for 10 years on the Crown Nominations Commission and being involved in 42 episcopal nomination processes. The counselling continues. Some of you may recall that I also had the honour of working with a wonderful group of people undertaking a review of CNC electoral processes, which resulted in the report Responsible Representation. So these are matters to which I have given considerable thought. I speak with some reluctance. I've spent many hours urging colleagues to be less suspicious of the motives of others, to be more trusting, not least of the House of Bishops. But I confess I have some concern at the genesis of this and the proposals which follow. Members have received no papers explaining the need for the changes and no justification for what is proposed prior to today's debate. It seems remarkable that the CNC central members charged with these weighty responsibilities were not consulted before the House of Bishops' discussion on this matter, and that the only way in which we know the considered views of the central members is via an annex to the CNC annual report. From that, we discover that the central members are, in fact, either unanimously or by a majority against this and the items which follow. I would suggest that at a time when trust has sadly been in short supply, this does not represent good process. This is even more relevant given that this synod has considered and rejected some elements of these proposals only a few years ago. I shall, of course, listen carefully to the debate, but I believe the basis for this and the following changes to be flawed. It seems to me that this particular proposal simply doesn't work for practical purposes with the voting system the CNC uses. With 14 voting members, what would we make of 1 vote in favour and 13 abstentions? In resisting this amendment and those which follow, I do urge the Synod to be mindful that this is a process of discernment for a diocesan bishop, not a competitive appointment process. The significance in that, for me, is the particular care we give to waiting upon the Holy Spirit, which may not always work to our timetable, and to seeking, so far as is possible, a consensus, so that our axios of recognition for and our commitment to support the ministry of that new bishop rings wide and true.
Miranda Threlfall-Holmes, followed by, yes.
Miranda Threlfall-Holmes, Liverpool 156. Synod, I have a confession to make. I have been part of to use the phrase from earlier in the week, an inner ring, which has sat there in an informal conversation, not in a confidential CNC process, and discussed whether to weaponize the use of abstentions, whether if we can get 5 of us to abstain, we can frustrate the process. And I know, and I've heard other inner rings having the same conversation. Let's not pretend this doesn't happen. I disagree with my colleague Stuart. An abstention doesn't imply resistance, reservation. It shouldn't. It shouldn't be used like that. An abstention means choosing not to vote, choosing not to express a preference between the options are in front of you. Although I'm not proud of what I've just confessed to having had those conversations, we know they happen. And in a sense, it's hard to blame people for having those conversations. When loopholes exist, when systems are set up, when standing orders are set up, we'd be stupid not to work out how we might want to use them. We all do it. But just like with tax law, when we discover a loophole is being used in a way that it wasn't intended, it's our responsibility to say, hang on a minute, that's not how that was intended to be used. Let's close and change that loophole. At the moment, abstentions are being used to block any appointment. Now, with the particular alertness that I have, I notice this particularly with women. Other people will have other things that they will notice. But if, for example, you end up with 2 candidates at the end of a process who are both women, and if, as could easily happen, there are 2 or 3 people, members of that CNC, who don't believe that they should vote for a woman, then effectively that woman has to get 100% of the votes rather than 2/3. That is not fair. That is not what our processes were designed to create. Kenson said in our debate this morning, this is a place where Christian discernment is public and held accountable. And I think we should make this change so that if people say, actually, I'm abstaining, They mean what they say. They mean of these two people, honestly, you could pick either. I don't have a preference. So I will leave that to the discernment of those who do have a preference. And an abstention would actually be an abstention. And the two-thirds majority that was needed would be of those who did feel able to express a preference between the people in front of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Timothy Edwards, Rochester 200. I wonder if I might begin by quoting two people not often cited in this place. Benjamin Franklin said that the difference between the Church of Rome and the Church of England is that the former is infallible, whereas the latter is never in the wrong. And Bertrand Russell recalled that when it was first proposed to establish laboratories at Cambridge, someone objected that it was unnecessary for students to see experiments performed, since the results could be vouched for by their teachers, all of them of the highest character, and some of them clergymen of the Church of England. One of the glories of the Church of England, one of the many glories, is her checks and balances. Contra Ben Franklin, we have already in this synod admitted that there have been times when we have been in the wrong. Issues about power and the culture of deference, and whether certain voices have been marginalised or even silenced. Issues which have even, in some quarters, raised questions about episcopal appointments. The unfortunate and unintended, I'm sure, effect of the following changes would be to remove some of those checks and balances, thus having the effect of giving more power to some who already have it and reducing the scope for us to be held together by bishops who can serve the unity of the Church by commanding confidence from across the diversity of the Church. This is not to criticise any individuals involved. There have been speeches already that have said, I trust certain people. I'm sure that they are, as Bertrand Russell put it, all of them of the highest character and many of them clergymen of the Church of England. But humility would urge us to ensure that our system does not rely on that. Let us not make the system worse. I urge us to vote against these proposed changes.
I'd like to test the mind of Synod on whether item 30 has been sufficiently debated. I therefore put the motion for closure on item 30. All those in favour? Those opposed? That is carried. I invite the Bishop of London to reply to the debate. She has up to 5 minutes.
Sarah Mullally, 003 London, Synod. Amendment 30 is about abstentions, and it's about changing it so that they no longer count as a vote against in these purposes. It is not about doing away with abstentions, but is about changing the way in which they fit within the vote. And actually, it was an amendment that came forward from the consultations that involved the previous local CNCs of Carlisle, Soderham, Man, Exeter, Ely, Coventry, to name a few. Pete, I agree with what you were saying, that we have good people, but maybe our processes need to improve. And Aidan, your point around a period of discernment is absolutely right. But I want to remind Synod that we have a responsibility to provide an environment in which discernment can occur. Mike and Esther, you speak about power. And I want to bring us back to why we are here. Last July, we heard from a number of people who raised concerns with us, who felt unable to voice their concerns because of the fact of confidentiality or secrecy. The concerns related to hidden criteria, lobbying, and also lack of diversity. And I want to thank Miranda for her honesty during this debate. The House of Bishops were concerned because of the issues that were raised that we felt we had to take action. It wasn't about the fact that power was being misused by bishops. It was around power within the system. And of course, power can be positional, but it can also be soft. And therefore, the action within this amendment, but also the other ones that Esther and Mike and others have chosen to speak to, relate to addressing this issue of power. I have already apologised that the meeting of the House of Bishops was caused, meant that the proposals were not discussed previously with the CNC, but they have been previously consulted and have influenced the process, including with additional amendments into this set. But Esther and Mike, you are right that this is about the misuse of power, positional and soft. And I suppose, Synod, I would ask you about whether we want to continue to collude with the misuse of power and to allow the amendments to be used in this way and the secret ballot, which I will re-speak to you when I get there, or whether we want to, rather than treat the symptoms, we want to remove the cause. O'Donovan talks about factors which if people do not attend to, fail communication frankly. If the use of amendments continue in this way, rather than being impacted by the amendment, and I will say again when we get on to the secret ballot, they collude and do not allow us to put in open the power that exists within CNCs and between CNCs. Synod, we have to address our power. But if we continue to put it in darkness, we will not do that. So I want to move this motion and say to you, this is an opportunity, yes, for us to take our power seriously, for me to take my power seriously. But actually we have to get it out there, to talk about it, not just to pay attention to it, but to create processes, environments in which others are given power and not to collude with its abuse. I move this amendment.
I now put item 30 to the vote. Point of order.
Prudence Daly, 376 Oxford. I think, Mr. Chairman, you know what I'm going to say. Please, may we have a vote by houses on this amendment?
A counted vote by houses will be ordered if 25 members wish to indicate that they wish this to take place. And 25 members in the chamber and on Zoom are indicating. So there will be a counted vote by houses on item 30. Those present in the Synod chamber using the voted handsets and who wish to vote in favor should press 1. Those against should press 2. Those who wish to record an abstention should press 3. Those participating remotely should use the online voting platform and vote or register an abstention using the buttons on the screen.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period is now ended.
They're voted on item 30. In the House of Bishops, in favour 16, against 9, recorded abstentions 2. In the House of Clergy, in favour 83, against 84, recorded abstentions 1. In the House, in the House of Laity, in favour 86, against 94, recorded abstentions 1. Therefore, item 30 was carried in the House of Bishops, lost in the House of Clergy, and lost in the House of Laity. Therefore, item 30 is lost. We move to item 31. Again, you will see that this is an item for which an amendment is proposed. So I am going to call the Bishop of London, after which there will be a brief debate on the substantive item 31 before we turn to the amendment. I call the Bishop of London to move item 31.
Sarah Mullally, 003, London. As discerning in obedience highlights, not only complicated, the voting system is also capable of resulting in deadlock if a round of voting fails to yield a two-thirds majority for one out of the 2 final candidates. Out of the 14 voting members, a two-thirds majority requires 10, which is a high threshold. If that is not reached, deadlock can only be resolved if one or more supporters of the runner-up transfers support to the leading candidate. A special case of the same problem arises when one or more members finds themselves unable to support either of the 2 candidates. Failing a concession on someone's part, the CNC must begin again from the beginning, a frustratingly lengthy process inviting speculation and publicity. Our view is that after one failure to reach the 10 votes required for a nomination, the chair should be empowered to accept the vote of 9 members out of 14 as conclusive. Given the missional impact of the decision not to nominate a new diocesan bishop, I believe that this is proportionate and a responsive, proportionate response for the threshold required for submitting a name to the Prime Minister to be changed from 2/3 to 60%. I move this amendment.
Thank you. Item 31 is now open for debate. Nick Toll, followed by Adrian Ewings.
Nick Tall, Bath and Wells, 249, and I wish to speak in favour of this proposal. The purpose of the CNC is straightforward, as it's there in our standing orders, which say the Commission must agree on the name of one candidate for submission to the Prime Minister. Note the word must. It doesn't say if possible or if it feels like it, which means a name. It says must, which means a name has to be agreed. This is a simple and straightforward proposal that fixes a mathematical glitch in the system that actually makes it harder for our CNCs to do its job. We have an arbitrary 2/3 requirement that sets the bar for agreement at 66.6%. But as we're dealing with a fixed CNC of 14 people, that means 10 must vote in favour. It actually means we've set a threshold of 71.4. It's quite a bit above the necessary 2/3 majority. The proposed change means that 9 out of 14 must agree, which is 64.3%. It's not quite the arbitrary 2/3, but it's an awful lot closer to it than 10 out of 14. 9 is still a supermajority. It is still a high bar to clear, but it recalibrates the threshold much closer and more in line than 2/3 than the much higher and more difficult boundary we currently have. Some have argued this change gives more power to the archbishops. And actually, yes, it does, very slightly. But it also gives more power to the clergy and the laity. That's because every member on the CNC, including the 6 national members and the 6 local diocesan members, are also very marginally more able to make the difference on agreeing a name, which is what the CNC must do. So I say, if there is something that our standing orders say must be done, and if that thing relates to the Prime Minister and to the Crown and to the cure of souls and leadership of an entire diocese, then we have to equip those we ask to do that job so that they are set up to succeed and not to fail. This is a modest, straightforward proposal. It is not convoluted. It's easy to understand, and it brings that voting threshold more in line with the 2/3 intended than is currently the case, and it retains a supermajority for the final decision. So please empower our CNC to do the job which we require them to do, and please support this proposal.
Adrian Ewings, Bath and Wells 062. Thank you, Chair. I was grateful to Archdeacon Pete Spears laying out earlier the process for appointments to local parishes and benefices. I recognise the process he laid out from an archdeacon's perspective. It chimes with my experience over 7 years as an archdeacon and as a trustee of a patronage board where, like Pete, I chaired very many appointment processes. However, he stopped short of unpacking the process in the interview from an archdeacon's perspective. I would be amazed if Pete saw clergy appointed to benefice roles on a 60% majority. I would be amazed if London Diocese regularly makes appointments to clergy vacancies on a 60% majority. It is unimaginable to me. It was unimaginable to me and my archdeacon, and I would say my bishop colleagues in Bath and Wells, to ever have been in that position that we would make an appointment. We sought consensus every time. Often it took a long time of prayerful listening. I, in none of my processes, ever took a vote other than an indicative to ascertain where we were at in our discussions. People in the room all had power. Patrons, bishop, and reps all had power to veto. They all could have just exercised it wherever they wanted, but every single time I was involved in a process, each member of that team set aside the power in their hands and sought together to come up with consensus. I would say that at a benefice level, it would have been dangerous to do anything else. Clearly, there are tribal and political voices at work behind this debate. They've surfaced at certain moments. But those forces also exist at a benefice level. The most common expressions of that was where we were appointing into mixed multi-parish benefices. I think of when I was a patron down in Truro Diocese in the last couple of years. One large town charismatic evangelical church, 2 small village middle-of-the-road churches. Without doubt, had we gone for 60% majority vote, the large charismatic church would have had all they wanted in a vicar, and the 2 village churches would not have. I know that from the conversation that went on, because we were very open about the way we would have voted. There would have been winners and losers. But that was not what we were after. We were after winners and winners. So instead, we sought consensus. We listened to the needs of others. And because there was no candidate who could demonstrate ability to serve both contexts, we did the right thing and we did not appoint.
Charlie Bell, followed by Rosemary Wilson on Zoom, and we will hope for the best, technologically.
Thank you, Chair. Charlie Bell, Southwark 221. I absolutely believe that we should pay attention to power, and not only in what's called a winsome way, to quote one group's briefing paper for this debate. But I also think it's useful for us to pay attention to truth and speak honestly in this chamber. I was never any good at maths at school. How I managed to become a doctor is inexplicable. How I became a priest, something I'm sure many of you disagree with, is something you can take up with my Darson bishop. You won't be the first to do so. However, let's have a look at the maths on this amendment. Firstly, let's get away from this rather absurd idea that the biblical narrative around selecting bishops calls for 66%. It doesn't. And frankly, on occasion, I do wonder if we should just return to drawing lots for them. Secondly, 9 out of 14 is closer to 66% than 10 out of 14. That's not an opinion, far too many of those. It's a fact. Thirdly, let's be frank. If the CNC fails to appoint, I think that is a failure. It might be necessary failure, but it is ostensibly a failure to do the job that we in this chamber require you to do. 2 failures out of 8 in 12 months is the same number of failures as in the previous 15 years. Tell me that something is not wrong. Which leads me to the truth which we seem absolutely determined to skirt in this chamber. In GS 2379, we see the list of bishops appointed. Synod, we're not here to speak in riddles and rhymes. There is a group of people who are routinely not being appointed to diocesan sees. Women who are in favour of PLF and the moderate measures that favour inclusion of LGBT people. It does not take a genius to see how LLF is being weaponized not only in this debate, but in the wider CNC process, not least with the current obvious blocking minority for such candidates when the requirement is 10 out of 14. We seem sadly determined to crush vocations in this chamber, and enough is enough. The CNC process should not be allowed to be about absolutist politics, and at the moment, we are enabling it to be so. It is time, Synod, to get real. Please pass this very simple and helpful amendment, and for goodness sake, let the CNC do the job we're asking them to do.
I'm going to go to Rosemary Wilson on Zoom, after which I'm going to move to the amendment at item 48. The speech limit remains 3 minutes, or up to 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me? Oh, bless God. Rosemary Wilson, Southwark 419. The overriding question being raised for me is whether the proposal promotes trust. Trust has been a major issue this quinquennium. At July Synod last year, we received GS 2354, Trust and Trustworthiness in the Church of England. I wasn't aware that it was being requested, but it was very much needed as the distrust between the houses at that time was very high indeed. I do agree with Chantel that we ought to be able to trust our bishops. And GS 2354, paragraph 24 states, we are called both to trust and to be trustworthy. I think we're very much a work in progress on that. And there's a few things I want to raise to highlight that. So on Tuesday morning, William Halfwood powerfully made the point that the trust of the House of Bishop among some victims and survivors required a wholesale culture change that would not happen while the House of Bishop continued to work in the way that it currently does. Also, in the report Behind the Stained Glass, it was noted by one participant, I quote, "If bishops like you, they will put you forward for promotion or to be considered for other leadership positions. The report goes on to say, the view of a bishop is believed often overrides formal processes and criteria, making personal bias a powerful and palatable force in determining career outcomes." And finally, in light of Synod's decision not to go with Model 4, we've heard our Archbishop and some bishops in the media rightly reaching out to disappointed victims and survivors, while at the same time throwing Synod under the bus for going with Model 3. In GS Miss 1403.3 reads, "The circumstances of recent months have both heightened the need for this work," that's the need of the work of the Trust Task Group, "and raises questions about how it fits with other work going on in response to the situation we face in the Church of England. This is such a crucial time for us as a church, and we really need to be pulling together. I think it's vital that this debate is viewed within the wider context of the issue of trust, and we ask whether what's being proposed facilitates it or not. Thank you.
I now call Dr. Liz Goddard to speak to and move her amendment to the motion at item 48. She has up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Reverend Liz Goddard, London 160. Synod, a speaker on Tuesday spoke about using a hammer to crack a nut. And this is precisely what is going on with the change in this standing order. Note that the use of hammers have unintended consequences. Usually the nut gets crushed. There's a reason why we have the rule of 2/3. Not only its long provenance, having been used within the church for centuries, but perhaps more importantly, it ensures that no one group within the CNC risks being overwhelmed by another in the voting. Crucially, 2/3 is there to ensure unity and consensus between the local and the national. Were Synod to move to voting at 60%, as has been suggested, using this hammer to crack the nut of failures to nominate, it would shift the numbers needed for a nomination to 9 to 5. And given that there are just 6 diocesan members on a CNC and 8 central members, that's including the archbishops, this risks an appointment being made with the support of just one of the local members. That's a real risk. My amendment seeks to address this issue, strengthening what would in effect be a vote of last resort. Thus, I am moving that we retain the principle of 2/3 threshold for nominating a name to the Prime Minister and the Crown in all our processes, noting that this is vital for us as a CNC, ensuring that we do due diligence and maintain unity. However, should it be impossible to reach that threshold when we reach the end of the voting following the interviewing, so when we are at the final 2 and can't get anyone across the 10-vote line, then this would kick in. It would allow for the bar to be changed so that a name could be submitted to the Prime Minister if it had 60% of the votes cast with the support of a simple majority of each of the constituencies represented. So in an ordinary CNC, this would be the central members, including the archbishops, and of the diocesan members, which would lead to the requirement of a minimum of 9 votes. Section B and C ensure this process is applied in the same way across Canterbury and York CNCs. For clarity, and I think this is important, voting for this amendment does not prejudge the result of the vote on the secret ballot, which will follow this. This could easily be managed under the current system of voting by the voting papers of each constituency being collected and counted separately by the 2 appointment secretaries, without any revelation as to who had voted how. Synod, there is a perception that there is a nut which needs to be cracked. The bishops have offered us a hammer with which to do this. I offer you a nutcracker, which protects the local reps, pays attention to power, promotes unity, and promises a system less likely to end in stalemate, whilst respecting the two-thirds tradition. I move this amendment.
We're back to our special procedure. So I now call Joyce Jones, the chair of the Standing Orders Committee, to indicate whether the committee wishes the debate on this item to continue.
Joyce Jones, Leeds 136, chair of the Standing Orders Committee.
Sorry.
Sorry. The remarks that I made last time apply to this amendment of an amendment as well, so I hope you remember them. But basically, the Standing Orders Committee have looked at the drafting of this amendment and are satisfied that it does what it says it would do. However, I'm maintaining a neutral position on whether this should be debated, and I leave it in the hands of Synod.
So, as the chair of the Standing Orders Committee has not indicated a positive wish for item 48 to continue, it will lapse unless 25 members stand in their places or otherwise indicate that they wish the debate to continue. If you're on Zoom, please indicate by a green tick. There are 25 members standing. So item 48 is now open for debate. Yes, followed by Paul Benfield. Yeah, I saw. Yeah.
Kate Massey, Coventry 100. I speak in favour of the main motion and against the amendment. As a Dean of Women's Ministry for 7 years and Chair of the National Association of Diocesan Advisors in Women's Ministry for 4, it has long been a concern that the central members of the Crown Nominations Commission have been unrepresentative of the Church at large with reference to views on women in leadership. Now, in a church overshadowed by conflict over LLF, those of us who are open to a much-needed change in the Church's welcome of LGBTQIA Christians are also concerned that the centre members do not represent the mood of the Church in this matter either. 4 of 6 pairings hold more conservative views. When such concerns are raised, we are told we are being overly sensitive, and that, of course, all members of the CNCs will work for the good of the whole diocese and the whole Church. We are reassured there is not a smidgen of partisan thinking in the confidential space, and as it is a confidential space, we cannot know otherwise. However, as someone once said, by their fruits you will know them. It would seem, unsurprisingly, that what CNC members discern to be in the best interests of the whole Church and the whole diocese does bear some relation to their own views. Indeed, as they are people of integrity, it could not be otherwise. This is borne out by the appointments made. Of 10 potential appointments to be made by our current CNC, only 3 were women. 3 wonderful women, praise God, but 3. And only one of them perhaps would choose to be identified explicitly as progressive. It is very difficult, as Charlie Bell noted, to appoint a woman who is explicitly progressive in this quinquennium. And this is not because there are not any to be found. They are there. They are being invited into the discernment process and they are not being appointed. Anyone who has ever been invited into a process of discernment knows just how costly and demanding it can be. And these women are being invited to pay that cost time and again, knowing that simple maths is simply against them. If 4 central members are unlikely to feel satisfied that their appointment is in the best interest of the Church, this means that of the 6 local reps, if only 1 has theological objections to women's leadership or to LLF, it is all but impossible for them to be appointed to the role. And so I know some extremely godly, gifted, experienced women are now declining invitations to enter the discernment process as it is demoralising, spiritually exhausting, and simply undignified. Our CNC processes are an area in which women's voices have been unheard and their gifts lost to the church. You have an opportunity to change that today. So please vote for this motion and against this amendment, which doesn't help.
Paul Benfield, Blackburn 66. I want to support this amendment for the reasons given by Liz Goddard, but I want to address the comments made earlier by Miranda Threlfall-Holmes and to some extent in the last speech as well. It is well known, it's on the record, that I voted against the introduction of women bishops. It is well known that I choose not to receive sacramental ministry from women bishops. But I accept the 5 guiding principles, and I live by them. And so, in the Crown Nominations Commission, if there are women there, that does not enter into my consideration of whether I should or should not vote for them. And I find it offensive to be accused of discriminating in this way. You can read such things on the Watch website and elsewhere. I'm not allowed to tell you how I do vote or how I have voted in the past, but I would just comment that on 2 CNCs on which I served, for Peterborough and Soda and Man, a woman was nominated.
Joyce Hill, followed by the Bishop of London.
Thank you, Chair. Joyce Hill leads 3-7. We have had a long-standing tradition, as has been noted, of a supermajority. The proposal before us on the amendment is that that supermajority should remain with a small adjustment. That seems to me to be perfectly sensible. What I don't think we need is the introduction at this point in the life of CNC and at this point in General Synod's business of a convoluted complexity. It would be far better to make the adjustment as in the amendment and not to go down, in principle, not to go down the path of convoluted complexity as a way of solving a problem that can be solved much more neatly. I also think, as a practical point, that Synod is not really a forum for considering the outplaying of possible combinations in this set of clauses that we have here. So my objection to 48 is both in principle, we don't need this convoluted complexity, and practical, in that we're not really set up to be able to pursue all the different ways in which this could play out. And so I'm very strongly against 48.
003 London. I'm glad, Liz, that you agree that there is something that needs resolving. However, the concerns that have been brought to me, I feel, would be are minimised by talking them or calling them a nut. I am against this amendment and will resist it. We are 1 CNC, not 3. There is a real concern in the methodology that is outlined that we fracture the CNC further, rather than creating an open environment where conversation and discernment can occur. I also agree that it is over-complex. Therefore, I will not support this amendment.
Fiona Macmillan, followed by Graham Hamilton, and then I will be calling for, testing the mind of the Synod.
Fiona Macmillan, 357 London. I do not support this item 48. I'm somewhat perplexed by it as well, because looking at the explanation, there are 8 central members, a majority of that would be 5. There are 6 local members, a majority of that would be 4. 4 and 5 equals 9, which is the same outcome as that which is being resisted in Amendment 31, which is of 9 people. Thank you.
Graham Hamilton, Exeter 119. Thank you to the last speaker who almost makes my point, but in the opposite direction. Because, and I agree with Dr. Joyce Hill, that we don't want to be trying to do maths on the back of an envelope to work out what the current CNC, what the next CNC might be when we've had our next round of central things. I think the important point that Reverend Liz Goddard has made is that it cannot be good for a bishop to be imposed on a diocese where the majority of the local members do not want them. And this amendment enables that to be protected. And I think that's well worthwhile. We would not expect anything less in a parish. Why should we accept it in a diocese? Thank you.
I now wish to test the mind of the Synod on whether item 48 has been sufficiently debated. I therefore put the motion for closure on item 48. Those in favour? Green ticks. Those against? Red crosses. That is carried. I therefore invite Liz Goddard to reply to the debate. She has up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Liz Goddard, London 160. Thank you to all of those who have responded to my amendment. Kate, thank you. I completely agree. We want to have women appointed, and I am proud of the fact that we have had women appointed through this process, that we have had a good number of women actually appointed, and I'm proud of that, and a breadth of women, and we have to hold on to that. And I anticipate that we will continue to have women appointed. And we have a breadth of across the spectrum. You know as well as I do that I am passionate about women's ministry, and I wouldn't be standing here if that wasn't the case and putting this forward. Paul, thank you for what you said. I'm glad you said it. I was planning to say that. I know that my colleagues, and I was very sad that there was that slur given to my colleagues. My colleagues across the spectrum have voted for women, and I think that's really important to say. People are making assumptions about what happens in the CNC, and they can only be assumptions because we don't know. Only those of us who serve on CNCs know what happens. My colleagues all operate with great discretion and great concern and prayer. Please don't make assumptions. They are there because you have, and they are there because you have voted them. That's the other thing to say, is Synod, you voted all of us onto CNC. Joyce, thank you. You're right, it is complicated. But I would say that what we're presented with in the main amendment is too simple, and it has real risks. As became clear, Fiona, thank you for what you said. You're absolutely right. 4 and 5 does of the two is a majority and would get it through, but equally you could have a different way of operating. We'd have 1 from the local members, and it would work the other way. And that's your problem. I think you made my point for me, Fiona, because that's a majority, that's how it would work, and that's what we'd be looking for. Bishop Sarah, I hope this wouldn't fracture the CNC further. I don't think it would. I think it would help us to work together better. I think that's the aim. One of the problems is that if we go to the 2/3, which you're suggesting, is that we would end up with the pressure And one of the problems that CNCs have is that pressure is applied subtly, but clearly. I would anticipate this being the final vote, and then that would be it. And it would be clear that that would be the final vote. And then pressure would no longer be able to be applied. Graham, thank you for all that you said. It's so important. You're absolutely right. Thank you for putting that clear. It's very important that we have local members are there and are heard. Thank you so much. I hope that you will support this amendment.
I now put item 48 to the vote. Point of order.
James Wilson, 366 Manchester. Understanding Order 37.4. Can I request a counted vote by houses, please?
If 25 members stand to indicate that they wish a counted vote by houses to take place, or otherwise indicate on Zoom. There are 25 members. This is a counted vote by houses on item 48. Those present in the Synod chamber using the voting handsets and who wish to vote in favour should press 1. Those against should press 2. Those wishing to record an abstention should press 3. Those participating remotely should use the online voting platform and vote or register an abstention using the buttons on the screen.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period is now ended.
They're voted on item 48. In the House of Bishops, in favour 8, against 18, recorded abstentions 1. In the House of Clergy, in favour 79, against 93, recorded abstentions none. In the House of Laity, in favour 93, against 93. Recorded abstentions 2. Item 48 was lost in the House of Bishops, lost in the House of Clergy, and because it requires a majority in any house to pass, was also lost in the House of laity. Therefore, the amendment at item 48 was lost. We now return to the debate on the substantive item 31. I see no one standing. I therefore call on the Bishop of London to respond to. Sorry. Are you standing to? Are you standing to speak? Yeah. All right. Please. Thank you.
Basala Shadende, London 359. Who would want to be a bishop without the strong support? It appears here that the bishops themselves are comfortable with the notion of not having a supermajority. Sorry, go on. As a servant leader and shepherd, a bishop should long to have fellowship of those they intend to lead. This is a discernment process, one where you are called to lead. If the threshold is being set to 60%, for me, listening in, it is deeply concerning that someone could be appointed to a spiritual role without that level of confidence. Lowering this bar is a troubling development. In my experience, where I have appointed senior leaders in the commercial sector, there have been times when we've had to go back to the market because we haven't reached that agreement. There have also been times where on other occasions we have overruled and made that appointment regardless. More often than not, the concerns raised at the time resurface later. And once an appointment is made, it is incredibly difficult to undo, particularly for a bishop, unless there is a scandal. It is deeply regrettable that we have reached a point where the bar for such an important role is being lowered. I'm trying to be independent, away from whatever elephants people suggest in this room. I stand here being a voice and speaking particularly to laity, where we bring that independence. We want a bishop who would lead its diocese with the full strength of his parishioners. Synod, I ask, please reject this amendment. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Graham Kirk-Spriggs, Norwich 181. Forgive me, Synod, but I got an E in my GCSE maths. However, the percentage points are not that different, and actually 60% is a supermajority.
Sorry, Mike Tufnell, Salisbury 214. This is really just a question I hope the Bishop of London can answer, because I just did a similar bit of maths that's just been suggested. I'm a bit puzzled if we've been talking about 64-something%, and that's closer to a two-thirds majority. Why isn't that the figure rather than 60? So I just did a bit of maths, and it becomes 60% if it's 9 out of 15, rather than 9 out of 14, which is 64-something%. So what that sounds like to me is that there might be a plan to increase the overall CNC to 15, and then we'll still get away with 9 votes out of 15. So I could be wrong about that, but I'd love just the clarity from the Bishop of London about that, because that's how you get 0.6 if it's 9 out of 15.
I would like to test the mind of Synod as to whether this item 31 has been sufficiently debated, so I therefore put the motion for closure on item 31. In favor, yes. Any opposed? Those, yes. Thank you. That is carried. So I invite the Bishop of London to respond to the debate.
Thank you for the comments that have been made. Neil, I want to start by saying thank you for your focus on the fact that this does give power to laity and to the clergy. Adrian, your point around appointments in the Diocese of London, which are always wonderfully made, of course. It's interesting, we do work for consensus, but also more recently we are learning to put power on the table. So how, with our processes, do we make explicit where the powers are? How are we transparent and open? And certainly when we come to consider any candidate, we do them openly. And actually, we don't vote for candidates using a secret ballot. And you spoke of consensus. Well, consensus is a general agreement, and my belief is that 60% actually is a majority. I'm very grateful to Charlie, Rosie, and Kate for bringing into the open the issues of power and powerlessness. And just to say that this 60% does not rule out making an appointment. It does not rule out not making an appointment. So I would move this amendment.
I now put item 31 to the vote. Point of order.
Prudence Daly 376 Oxford, please may we have a counted vote by houses on this motion.
A counted vote by houses if 25 members stand or otherwise indicate they wish a counted vote by houses to take place. There are 25 members standing or indicating. This is a counted vote by houses on item 31. Those present in the Synod chamber using the voting handsets and who wish to vote in favour should press 1. Those voting against should press 2. Those wishing to record an abstention should press 3. Those participating remotely using the online voting platform wishing to vote or register an abstention should do so using the buttons on the screen.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period is now ended.
On item 31, they're voted as follows. In the House of Bishops, in favour 17, against 8, Recorded abstentions 2. In the House of Clergy, in favour 88, against 85. Recorded abstentions none. In the House of Laity, in favour 87, against 102. Recorded abstentions none. Item 31 was carried in the House of Bishops, carried in the House of Clergy, lost in the House of Laity, and the item number 31 is therefore lost. We move to item 32. I call the Bishop of London to introduce and move this item.
Sarah Mullally, 003 London. Thank you, Synod. I want to start by reminding us that there will be those who have raised concerns with us around the CNC process, and there will be those who have been through the CNC process in this chamber and also online. And therefore, we need to be conscious of the words that we use. I also want to remind Synod again that the reason we're here is because of the concerns that were raised with us. Concerns around coercion, criteria not in the diocesan specification, and lack of diversity, and also lobbying. And there I could say, #MeToo. Synod, the report, Discerning in Obedience, considers the tension that exists between confidentiality and secrecy, and recommends that the removal of the requirement that voting in the CNC should be secret, subject, of course, to the rule of confidentiality that governs all the CNC's proceedings. It goes on to consider that confidentiality of CNC proceedings as being a good example of a sphere of restricted communication that enables people to communicate with others freely. And frankly, the secret ballot, on the other hand, appears merely to create a veil of mystery, dividing those who need to be able to cooperate more. In considering the arguments for maintaining the secret ballot, the O'Donovan report concludes that these arguments, treating secrecy as a defence against dysfunction, such as breach of confidence. I continue to quote from the O'Donovan report. We suspect that, on the other hand, that the secrecy of the ballot may actually encourage the dysfunctional syndromes it is meant to guard against. A culture in which members report their votes and, when appropriate, explain them, the archbishops no doubt after everyone else, strikes us as a better defence against excessive influence than secrecy can be. We believe open voting will help to provide a context in which discussion, and not only the casting votes, receive proper emphasis. It may also be a better defence against the temptation to breach confidence simply because it allows members to talk more openly to one another. I agree. The CNC is already a confidential forum for discernment. No doubt some will say that this was considered and rejected by General Synod relatively recently. That is indeed correct. But given that the secret ballot is perceived, particularly from those who belong to groups underrepresented in senior appointments, as a barrier to openness and transparency, I believe that General Synod should be given the opportunity to consider this provision again. I've noted that in the item on the Crown Nominations Commission tabled report on Tuesday, and also in the debate already today, that it has been mentioned that it is because of the power imbalance, the power imbalance, which of course can be both positional and soft, that some feel that they are safer with the secret ballot. It seems to me that by keeping the secret ballot, we are colluding with this dysfunction and treating the symptom rather than solving the problem. Better that we address power. Better that we create an environment where proper discernment and conversation can occur. Better that we allow that those that fear coercion or bullying to be in an environment where that does not happen, and that they are given power to enable their voice to be heard. So, Synod, I move this motion to you and ask you to take seriously power, but do not collude with its dysfunction in the CNC. Thank you.
Item 32 is now open for debate. Martin Davey for a debut speech. No, Martin Davey behind you. Yeah. Followed by Sam Wilson.
Martin Davey, Oxford 185. Synod, this is my inaugural speech. Thank you for calling me. I'm not a permanent member of the CNC, the Central CNC. I'm drafted in to cover a vacant spot. But if you, like me, end up in the room shortlisting candidates and voting on appointments, I trust you will appreciate the secret ballot. You will appreciate it protects members from undue, yes, perhaps unintended, but very real influence. Without the secret ballot, those voting for or against a candidate may feel exposed to pressure or even repercussions from those in authority. Power imbalances do exist. At a recent briefing before this synod, a number of us heard how bizarre the process can feel when members, during a shortlisting, discuss candidates round the table, and then everyone votes, and the result of the vote bears no resemblance to the conversation just had. However you perceive this, I hope you can see that this shows how important the secret ballot is. The reality is that members may feel constrained, not by formal coercion, but by an unspoken expectation to conform. Indeed, if this passes, can you see the danger of those diocesan vacancy in C members who voted against the candidate who is then appointed, and their votes are recorded and is made public, and they fear within the diocese that they serve that relationships might be damaged or repercussions coming their way. I want to also suggest removing the secret ballot risks politicizing the appointment process. If votes are known, strategic maneuvering, lobbying, and alliance building could become more prominent, distracting from the spiritual discernment that should guide these decisions. Our church is called to be a place of grace and faithfulness, not politicizing or factionalism. Yesterday, Archbishop Stephen said, and I quote, "Confidentiality isn't for confidentiality's sake, but to protect the discernment of all those involved, both its members and those the Commission invites into a prayerful and careful process of discernment." I trust I am not taking your point out of context, Archbishop. I entirely agree. The secret ballot does not hinder transparency, it protects integrity. It protects the discernment of all those involved and ensures that every member can vote prayerfully and freely without fear of pressure or consequences. To remove it would be to compromise that freedom, and with it, the trust this process depends on. Thank you.
Sam Wilson, 282 Chester. Synod, I wonder if you could cast your mind back, it's been a long week, to Tuesday, when we were talking about the future of church safeguarding, and at the end of that debate we had an amendment from Sam Margrave calling for lament. And I was really hoping throughout that whole debate, as one after another different speakers came and spoke, that someone was going to speak against it. And no one did. And then when the chair asked if anyone would, I suddenly found myself standing, which was slightly terrifying. My legs had moved quicker than my brain. But I said what I believed, which was hard, and I quite expected, when we had the result of the counted vote, for it to be 300 in favour and 1 against. I was quite prepared for that. But I wasn't, actually. It turned out there were quite a few other people who felt similarly as I did. And in fact, since Tuesday, I have had a number of people, in fact, more than any other speech I've given, come up to me and say how glad they were that I said what I said. And many of them said that they were glad I said it because it gave them cover for their vote. And that filled me with such sorrow that so many of us here in Synod vote the way we do because we are terrified of what people will say about that vote. When we go back to our parishes, or when we go back to our dioceses, or when Kathy Newman appears at the door. I understand the need for a secret ballot because some people are scared. But as someone who was willing to say something that no one else was going to say, I'll be voting in favour of this amendment because I trust in all of you and I trust in our CNC members to say what they believe. When we leave here, the person that we answer is God. No one else. So I hope, however you vote, that is what's on your mind today. Thank you.
Kathy Rhodes, and then I'm looking to Zoom, Diana Tremaine.
Thank you, Chair. Kathy Rhodes, Sheffield 410, and I'm speaking in favour of this amendment. I have some experience of senior appointments within the NHS, including people with a high level of responsibility for large trusts who hold the risk that comes with medical care and everything that happens in that large institution, and it is a huge responsibility. But in my naivety, I had no idea that there was a secret ballot system in CNCs, and like probably 99.9% of the population, especially those who are involved in interview processes for senior people, I was pretty shocked. I couldn't believe it. In fact, even just now, I had to recheck that I really had that right. And it was interesting to hear Bishop Sarah, who of course also has experience in the health service to a very high level, that in London they have not been using this secret ballot system and that has been okay. And the reason that's okay is because they have put power on the table and because they are able to discuss this openly. Several people have talked about parish church and parish appointments, where I imagine this is not a secret ballot situation, and that is why you can discuss candidates properly. How can you have a full and open discussion about this hugely important appointment without openly talking about how you feel about candidates and which way you'll vote, with the people being able to trust that at the final moment you will vote the way that you've been talking because you will have accountability for your vote. We've had a lot of talk about the Holy Spirit and discernment, and I do understand the difference. I'm the Environment Officer for Sheffield Diocese as a volunteer. I've done 5 years. It's taken me almost this long to get used to praying at the beginning of meetings, because that doesn't happen in the NHS. And now I don't feel the meetings starting properly unless I do pray or somebody prays. So it is different. We are talking about a particularly special moment where we're trying to discern the Holy Spirit. And if only the Holy Spirit would reveal themselves with a tongue of fire on the person that is anointed and is the person that they would like us to discern as taking that position. Unfortunately, we don't have access to that, but in the absence of that obvious, demonstrable and open demonstration of that discernment, we need to open the doors and let the light in. And we need to have that in an open and transparent process. In the debate that we had about safeguarding, transparency, HR, conduct, culture was referred to over and over again. And if we continue this secret ballot situation, that is exactly the wrong message to all of the people watching us, but more importantly, to God. We need to be accountable to God as well for these decisions, so please support this.
The Bishop of Fulham. We have Diana Tremaine, so just sit down and we'll go back to Diana.
Thank you. Am I okay to speak
Diana
now?
Tremaine, thank you.
Thank you. Diana Tremaine, Leeds 331. I'm also speaking in favour of this amendment. I'm a local government councillor, a local elected councillor, and I suppose I wanted to speak to a very different role in many ways, but there is an accountability there which I think is important to consider in this role with CNC voting. I have to make very difficult decisions at times, and it might be easier to do that if people didn't know which way I voted. But it is important that I can be held accountable. In this role with CNC voting, although the CNC process is confidential, and I think that is absolutely as it should be, the thing which I think there is a big issue with is trust, and we've heard a lot about trust today. And I think that seems to work from both sides, for those who are inside the process and who are members of that group of people, but also from those who are outside. And I think some of the points which perhaps have been made opposing this almost feel a little bit contradictory. It seems to me that it is important for the people within that group to know how each other has voted. And actually that should make it, I think, as Sam said, hopefully easier for people to express their opinions and perhaps their concerns as they wish to. There is a real limiting issue with trust if people feel that they can't, that one person may say one thing and then perhaps vote differently. I think for those of us who are outside the process, and I'm certainly completely outside it, it's really important, if it is to be confidential, and I do think that as it should be, and it's concerning that perhaps that hasn't been the case, it's really important for us that we know that that process is transparent and that people are open within it so that we can understand and feel confident that those decisions have been made appropriately. Thank you.
Bishop of Fulham and then Nick. Mark. No, sorry, Nick in the black shirt. Yeah, Nick. No, still not. I'm sorry. You're very keen. You're so keen. But someone who has... We'll see how we get on. After... seriously, we have a large number of people, as you will see, wanting to speak, and we're running behind timetable, as you will be aware. This is important. But I'm afraid that after the next two speeches, we will need to reduce the speech limit to 2 minutes. 3 minutes for now, if you need it, but less if possible.
Bishop of Fulham, Southern Suffragans, number 47. Thank you, Chair, very much for calling me. I've never been involved in a CNC process on either side of the table, but I have, over nearly 14 years as a bishop now, seen the fruits of many CNCs, of course, and seen many very wonderful people appointed as diocesan bishops, female as well as male, since 2015, of every tradition, and of course including the Bishop of London, who it's my joy to serve alongside. So I've never been persuaded about this proposed change, and I continue to be unpersuaded about it, while recognising that there is no perfect system for appointing bishops. Different churches and different parts of our own communion do things differently. There are pros and cons with every system. But two things, I think, still weigh with me most on this particular point under debate. First of all, the general point that in our polity, both civic, civil, and ecclesiastical, I think the presumption is that people are elected using a secret ballot, and then business is done and decisions are taken on the record. And that seems to me to have the weight of not just tradition, but also good sense behind it. Secondly, I do continue to take very seriously this business of the possibility, however unintended, of pressure, influence, groupthink being brought to bear on the votes cast by members of CNCs if they don't have that recourse in the end to go into that private place of prayer and converse with their God to cast the final vote. So I think for those two reasons principally, I continue to be unpersuaded by this change while recognising the merits of some of the arguments which are put forward in its favour. I just want very briefly to make one more general comment, which is we've heard in this debate, I think, some slightly concerning comments about members of CNCs being out of touch and so on and so forth, and not acting in the best interests of the whole church. Just to recall that the process of electing those CNC central members is absolutely steeped in prayer. My recollection of the last vacancy in C committee in the Diocese of London is that that process locally was also a very, very prayerful one. So I think we just need to reflect on where do we think the Holy Spirit is at work in these processes? And if we think the Holy Spirit is not at work, we have some much, much deeper reflection to engage in. So thank you, Synod.
Nick Land, York 437. So I have been both a local member for the last York CNC. I also did a brief spell as a central member. And I do have concern that removing the secret ballot would put an undue pressure on members to comply either with the archbishops or, perhaps more significantly, with their own inner ring. I think this is a clear failure to pay attention to power. I'm not sure how making the ballot not secret helps to make that more transparent. There were times when I was on CNC when I discerned, after prayer, that the right person was somebody very different theologically from me. Now, as Archbishop Stephen will testify, I have no difficulty disagreeing with him, and I've personally never felt under pressure to change that level of disagreement as I've worked with him closely in the diocese. But I have to tell you, the courage to vote differently from Jane Patterson certainly requires the continuation of the secret ballot. And I mean that quite seriously. Let's not pretend, and I think it's been great, I think, and Miranda was very honest earlier on, we are all part of these inner rings. And if at any point we discern the outcome for the diocese is actually different from how we would normally act, we need to be able to respond to the Holy Spirit and to change that views. And I confess it's much more difficult. It will be much more difficult to do that if there isn't a secret ballot. But let me give you one more possible solution to this. I know it's not on our paper today, but on the York CNC, we had, for the first time, the experience of an independent chair. Joelle Warren was superb. Everyone agreed she was a huge asset. She allowed everyone, diocesan and central alike, to play a measured and equal part in the process, and she held us to account for our integrity. As it happens, having 15 out of 14 members also sorts the maths out to be an even number. But I do think it's worth us coming back to this and thinking whether what we need to make this system more transparent and to also deal with imbalances of power of a whole variety of natures is to actually have an independent chair, not just for the archbishop's appointments, but for every diocesan appointment. Thank you.
Morwenna Ludlow, followed by John Dunnett. 2 minutes now for speech limit.
Morwenna Ludlow, Exeter 120. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. I wish to support this item 32. We've heard the view that a secret ballot of the CNC protects members from potential pressurisation. and therefore it might allow them to vote according to their conscience. I'm going to draw for some observations on page 5 of the FEOC paper which relate to conscience. Although the word is sometimes used in English as if it is an individual possession, a richer theological understanding of conscience, grounded in the New Testament, is that, to quote the paper, discerning the divine will in the human heart is complex, nuanced, and cannot be seen apart from the good of the whole church. For Paul, conscience is not an inviolable personal citadel, but requires the generous participation of all in imagining well the troubled conscience of the other. I think this is helpful because it shifts our focus from looking at the vote alone to looking at the discussion that precedes it. It suggests the question we should be asking is how can we as a church create the conditions for this collaborative discernment, a process where individual consciences work together and are open to one another and the call of the Holy Spirit. This does involve vulnerability, I agree, which we need to attend to. But as Bishop Sarah has alluded to, the O'Donovan Commission came to the conclusion that the secret ballot makes those conditions worse. We thought that it does not enable the most frank discussion possible in which consciences work together in a spirit of mutual openness. This openness brings with it the responsibility of giving an account of one's decision. In this context, I believe the best protection of conscience is not secrecy of a ballot, but the confidentiality of the whole process. In sum, what we do not need is a secret ballot, which I believe encourages the idea of conscience as an inviolable citadel, not the Pauline idea. Thank you.
John Dennett, Chelmsford, 081. In the interest of transparency, I served between 2012 and 2022 as a General Synod elected member on more than 30 commissions. Recently, I've been watching the Netflix film Strike, A Civil War, which describes the miners' strikes of the 1980s, and in particular, the so-called Battle of Orgreave. And this was in part what led to the introduction of the 1984 Trade Union Act, which requires all trade unions to hold a secret ballot ahead of calling industrial action. Why secret? Because it was felt this would reduce the ability of activists to coerce reticent miners into striking. Of course, this was not actually a new idea. Those of you who remember your school history will be aware that it was in 1872 that the Ballot Act gave the electorate of the time, rightly expanded over subsequent years, gave the electorate of the time the right to vote in secret in parliamentary elections, because the evidence of the time and the fear of the time was of the coercion of workers and tenants. This is a privilege we still enjoy today, and a privilege that is envied in many countries around the world. So I'm grateful to the spokesperson for the Archbishop of York, referred to already in an earlier speech, who said the CNC's ballot process ensures that no one knows how others voted, specifically to prevent coercion or undue influence. So now I assume that we are all committed to taking seriously every step to minimize any risk of coercion, intended or unintended. Please oppose this motion.
Still 2 minutes. I think we are moving towards my testing the mind of Synod. We will see. Alison Coulter, Vice Chair of the House of Laity, followed by Andrew Mumby, and then we'll see.
Alison Coulter, Winchester 428. Synod, for me, this is about Christian leadership. If you're elected by your diocese or by this body to be a member of the CNC, and I've had the privilege of serving on 2 CNCs, then you are being invited into a leadership role in the church. You're being entrusted to play an important role, and your view and your vote counts equally with everybody else. The confidence in this calling, I believe, is essential for effective CNC. And I think that as Christian leaders, we need to speak openly and honestly to one another. We need to have courage. There should be no fear in this process. I agree with you, Sam. If you feel there is an abuse of power, then you need to name that and challenge that. When we elect you, we expect you to be open and honest, as Kathy has said. And this is really important because it's about our culture as a church. And we know that leadership creates culture. Do we want to be an organisation of fear and secrets? Synod, I do not want to be part of that organisation. So Synod, please vote in favour of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew Mumby, Southwark 225. Friends, listening to this debate, I am so struck by the difference between confidentiality, which is appropriate and involves transparency within that conversation, and secrecy, which is just a different thing. And I think there is less and less place in our church today for secrecy, and I think it's less and less understood in the world outside. It seems to me that Jesus was born so that the inner thoughts of many may be made known, so that things hidden in darkness may be brought into the light. And Jesus said, let your yes be your yes and your no be your no. The most similar thing that I've been involved with is as a BAP advisor. And there can be sometimes very difficult conversations about a particular candidate. And each advisor has to say how they feel from what they've heard and seen from their point of view. But the most helpful thing about that is actually listening to each other's perspective in that prayerful environment, in the bounds of a confidential process, but without secrecy, because that means I am accountable to my fellow advisors for what I have to say, and the quality of listening is incredible in that situation. I imagine it's not dissimilar in a CNC, and I really hope, folks, that we can vote for confidentiality, accountability, transparency, but not secrecy. Talking of Netflix, I haven't yet seen Conclave or any of those things, but it strikes me there is no place for secrecy of this kind in our church. So I really support this motion for transparency and openness. Thank you.
Synod, after this item, we have one more item to finish. You've seen the timetable and where we are. I am in the hands of Synod as to whether Synod wishes to continue to debate this item. However, I now wish to test the mind of Synod on whether item 32 has been sufficiently debated, and I therefore put the motion for closure on item 32. Those in favour? Green ticks on Zoom. Those against? That is carried. Yeah. Just in case this is what I think it might be, the proposer of the motion has not yet replied.
Sorry, I realised I was slightly too keen.
I invite the Bishop of London to reply to the debate.
Sarah Mullally, 003 London. Thank you for all the contributions. As I said at the beginning, it is a discussion that Synod needs to have, and it is timely. And just to underline that this is not I recognise that we have a system full of good people. Our challenge is to ensure that we give them systems and processes that are better. Martin, the comments that you raise around the secret ballot, wanting to protect people from the misuse of power, that is exactly the reason why we need to remove it. As I said, we need to solve the problem, not treat a symptom. And you talked about grace and faithfulness, but I also believe that we need honesty. And just to reassure you, I cannot remember who was on my CNC panel, although I suspect they do. Also, Catherine, your point is very well made, that our processes are not the processes of the NHS, although my view was always any job for myself, even in the NHS, was a moment of discernment, and the Holy Spirit can move in the NHS. Jonathan, you're right that secular and spiritual are not always the same. However, I think that there is a lot that we can learn within the church from the secular system as well. And I also note, Nick Land, you talked about making the ballot transparent will not actually necessarily do the work that we need to do, and that is absolutely right. If we make the ballot transparent, we have to do works. But you rightly admit that there are inner rings, and as a church we should do better in working together to find unity. John, you talked about the risk of cohesion. The risks of opening up the balance in lack of cohesion. I think that we take the words of Catherine, that we do need to open the doors and let the light in. And that is important for us to do. And of course, as Bishop Jonathan said, we're not the secular, so we're not a parliament. And of course, in parliament, fractions perpetuate. So I would, Synod, encourage you to vote for this amendment. There is work for us to do to ensure that we maintain confidentiality, accountability, and transparency. But as Andrew rightly said, there should not be secrecy. And as Alison rightly rises, we should not be doing this in fear. We do need to discern the will of God together. And as Mulwinner says, not looking at the vote alone, but as the process together, working together to discern the mind of God and to spot the working of the Holy Spirit. So let us not collude with the abuse of power, but open our doors and allow the Holy Spirit in. Thank you.
I now put item 32 to the vote. Point of order.
By your permission, a vote.
Name?
Timothy Edwards, Rochester 200. A request for a vote by houses, please.
A counted vote by houses requires 25 members to stand or otherwise indicate to show that they wish a counted vote to take place. We know the drill. 25 members are standing or otherwise indicating. This is a counted vote by houses on item 32. Those present in the chamber using the voting handsets who wish to vote in favour should press 1. Those against should press 2. Those who wish to record an abstention should press 3. Those participating remotely should use the online voting platform and vote or register an abstention using the buttons on the screen.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period is now ended.
They're voted on item 32. In the House of Bishops, in favor 15, against 6, recorded abstentions 3. In the House of Clergy, in favor 87, against 83, recorded abstentions 4. In the House of Laity, 79 in favor, against 105, recorded abstentions 1. Item 32 was therefore carried in the House of Bishops, carried in the House of Clergy, lost in the House of Laity, and therefore item 32 was lost. We come now to the final item in this series, item 33. I call the Bishop of London to introduce and move item 33.
Sarah Mullally, London. This amendment would give the person presiding at the relevant meeting of the Commission a second vote where no more than 2 candidates remained under consideration and no candidate had received the required level of support after 3 rounds of voting. This is about giving an additional tool to the CNC. It still recognises that the answer may be no. The reason for proposing this motion comes from the consultation, as previously commented, with the diocesan CNCs already mentioned. The missional impact on a diocese of CNC not being able to be reached a consensus is significant, and the Synod must consider whether it is proportionate in these circumstances, where potentially after several rounds of voting, a CNC achieving 9 votes out of the required 10, whether it is proportionate for the Commission to fail to make a nomination and have to wait for a period of time to reconvene. In these circumstances, it is proposed that the chair, of course not always an archbishop, but a lay chair in the case of Canterbury and of York, would have a second vote where no more than 2 candidates remained under consideration and no candidate had received the required level of support after 3 rounds of voting. So it is a second vote in a specific circumstance that enables that person presiding may cast a second vote, and it is not that they must. I move this motion.
Item 33 is now open for debate. Mark Miller. Followed by, yes, you. 2 minutes, speech limit remains 2 minutes.
Mark Miller, Durham 107, Chair. Thank you. The last speech was better, but I do have a second speech. I recently served as a local member of the Durham CNC, and a privilege it was. Our local 6, which I recognise sounds like a group of people wrongly accused, was made up of 3 men and 3 women. 2 of us are ordained and 4 lay. Synod, I'm concerned if we agree this proposal, we are setting our current Archbishop of York and future Archbishop of Canterbury to increase scrutiny. And in a media culture that calls for resignations far too often, it may lead us again into difficult times. Let me explain. We all know of the increased media scrutiny over the appointment of the Bishop of Liverpool and the role that the Archbishop of York played in the CNC process. I'm not making any comments about that. Quite rightly, the Archbishop of York was able to say to the Church Times, as for overruling the CNC, I'm afraid that simply isn't true. I don't know why someone would suggest that. I chair the CNC in the Northern Province, but I'm 1 vote in a secret ballot. I think people will know from other CNC processes that the CNC has a mind of its own. I'm glad he could say that. Had this proposal had been part of the standing orders at the time of the Liverpool CNC, well, I'm concerned we'd be in a different position to the one we are in now. So given the very public role of our archbishops and whether to protect them from unhelpful accusations or even simply to protect them from themselves, please reject this motion.
Laura Oliver, Blackburn 256. In 2022, I had the privilege of serving on the CNC for Blackburn that led to the appointment of Bishop Philip. I was pleased with the outcome of the CNC, and Bishop Philip has led our diocese since then with his typical enthusiasm and sincere faithfulness, and I'm very thankful for him. I do not envy those within the church that hold positions of particular authority and responsibility, as I can only imagine how difficult it is to navigate complex situations that have significant consequences, whilst holding to the example of humility the Lord Jesus has given us. I'm not unfamiliar with being involved in tricky conversations, and in my day job as a GP, I'm often in meetings where important or emotive topics are discussed. I'm used to managing in groups of people who have differing views, and ensuring I'm able to make my voice heard is something that I've had to work on in my professional career. These skills were put to the test, and I think sadly failed during the CNC process. In discussions at the CNC, it seemed to me that the two archbishops had very clear opinions as to their hope for the outcome of the process. Questions raised at times appeared to be ignored or dismissed, and I left meetings feeling belittled, patronised and frustrated. As a younger lay woman, the impression I was given that was my thoughts were not as valuable as others in the room. The idea that we should change the standing orders to allow one of the archbishops to have an extra vote in the case of lacking a majority, I find deeply concerning. This is surely creating the possibility of an enormous abuse of power. My experience tells me that the power that the archbishops already have is sufficient, and whether intentionally or not, is not always used compassionately or humbly. I fear the potential issues that could be created if this standing order is changed, and I therefore ask you, Synod, to reject this motion.
The Archbishop of York, followed by, yes, in the back.
Stephen Cottrell, York 002. First of all, as we come to the end of what's been a much longer than we thought debate and conversation about the CNC, I want to put on record my thanks and regard to all those with whom I've served on CNCs for the past 5 years, both this batch of central members and those before, and all the people who've served from the diocese that have been vacant. It's been a privilege and an honour to work alongside you. But we all know it hasn't always been easy, and I want to publicly both acknowledge your integrity and commitment, and also if sometimes I have, I would say, completely unintentionally been thought of to influence the vote in any way, I publicly apologise for that. But actually what I've always sought to do is chair the meeting, and chairing is about trying to draw out voices and probe and ask questions. But I do think we have a problem as a CNC, and that's not about anybody's fault, and we, the CNC, are the servants of the Synod. So in the cause of transparency, I did vote. I think 9 is well within the spirit of 2/3, and 10 is a little bit over the spirit of 2/3. I voted for that. I think that would have been a good change. But I am going to be voting against this one. I don't want this added power. I don't think it would be helpful. And even if you, Synod, vote for it, I'm going to tell you now, I will choose not to use it. I've only got 3 minutes. I did want to say one other thing.
I'm afraid you have 2 minutes. The speech limit is 2 minutes.
Okay.
Simon Eyre, Chichester 287. Can I thank you, Archbishop, for those comments? I think we all fully understand the reasons why this amendment's been put in place, and the huge frustration there must be to find yourself in the situation that is outlined in the amendment. But can I say that if we are paying attention to power, we must reject this amendment. Everyone on a CNC is of equal importance. everyone on a CNC has an equal voice and an equal vote. And everyone on a CNC is trying to listen to the Holy Spirit in the same way to try and discern what the outcome should be. I'm reminded from 2 Kings 2 of when Elisha asks Elijah for a double portion of the Spirit, his Spirit. And Elijah's reply is, "You are requesting a difficult thing." I venture to suggest that we're being asked a very difficult thing here. And in fact, I believe an unreasonable thing. And I strongly advise and urge you to reject this amendment. Thank you.
We've had 4 speeches opposed to this amendment to the standing orders. Could I ask if anyone wishes to speak in favor of it? The Bishop of Dover. And then I'm minded. Yes, thank you.
Rose Hudson Wilkin, number 43, Bishop of Dover. Fear, power, and trust has become the buzzword of the last few general synods, and certainly has been of this synod. And you are right. There is power at play, alive and well within our church, seen in the signing of petitions, the naked threats of withdrawing money if we don't get what we want, or in the maligning of those who appear to lack courage. I want to acknowledge power. The power that I have is, and that I exercise, is about proclaiming the gospel of Jesus Christ, seeing people challenged and responding positively. St. Paul, in speaking to the church in Galatia about life by the Spirit, says this: if you bite and devour one another, watch out, or you will be destroyed by such. You will be destroying each other. My sisters and brothers, I am not going to tell you how to vote. We are grown-ups in this synod. I just share that view with you. Thank you.
Father Thomas. 2 minutes.
Thomas Seville, Religious Communities 447. I wasn't expecting to speak to this, but for the lack of any other support, I wish to support the direction of this. It may not be as well expressed and written as one would like, and perhaps the whole process behind this, these important amendments, so many of which have been voted down, could have been improved. However, what this does is to get the CNC out of a possible logjam and prevent a failed election, nomination. And it's effectively a casting vote. Now, if one has a casting vote, you come to a block in a 50-50 or whatever, and in this case, not 50-50, you can't go any further. And so a casting vote, not necessarily a massive support and expression of power, it's the authority of the person in the chair, and things can go forward. And I think we've been worrying too much about one of their graces having too much power because they're exercising a casting vote. And I think, I have to say, quite controversially, that archbishops should have an influence on who they're going to be working with, who are they going to be their fellow bishops in their province. And that's something we haven't really addressed in this rather narrowly focused discussion.
I see no one. Given the time, I am going to test the mind of the Synod on whether this item has been sufficiently debated. All in favour? Thank you. Those against? Likewise on Zoom. Thank you. That is carried. I call the Bishop of London to reply to the debate on item 33.
003, Sarah Mullally, London. I want to thank Synod for the contributions made not just on this amendment, but throughout today on these items. Just to say that this discussion has been timely. Work will go on the Code of Conduct, which will include a whistleblowing provision, and also the provision will be increased around pastoral and chaplaincy support. I do want to thank all those who spoke bravely to us last year around their concerns, and I hope that to some degree we have shone sunlight on them, although they may not have been alleviated. I move this amendment.
I put item 33 to the vote. Point of order.
Timothy Edwards, Rochester 200, vote by houses, please.
If 25 members stand or otherwise indicate that they wish a vote by houses to take place on item 33. I see 25 members standing or otherwise indicating. So this is a counted vote by houses on item 33. Those present in the Synod chamber using the voting handsets and who wish to vote in favour should press 1. Those voting against should press 2. Those wishing to record an abstention should press 3. Those participating remotely should use the online voting platform and vote or register an abstention using the buttons on the screen.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period is now ended.
They're voted on item 33 in the House of Bishops. In favour 4, against 14, recorded abstentions 4. In the House of Clergy 24, against 128, recorded abstentions 7. In the House of Laity in favour 23, against 149, recorded abstentions 7. Item 33 was therefore lost in all three houses and is lost. That brings us to the end of this series of items. Thank you, Synod, for your stamina. We continue with item 502 on the afternoon's order paper.
Good afternoon, Synod. We come to item 502, the draft National Church Governance Measure. This is a report of the Revision Committee on the measure. Members will need the report from the Revision Committee, which is GS 2360Y, the revised draft National Church Governance Measure, GS 2360A, and the updated explanatory notes, GS 2360X2. There is also a financial memorandum on the fifth notice paper. So we will have a take-note debate on the main report, after which we will tackle the amendments to the measure as listed on your order paper 7. So I'd like to call the Chair of the Revision Committee, Mr. Stephen Hogg, to move the motion that the Synod do take note of this report. He may speak for not more than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Stephen Hogg, Leeds 328. To live is to change. To be perfect is to have changed often. St. John Henry Newman's words with which I opened the first meeting of the Revision Committee. I went on to say that the work of a Revision Committee is to revise draft legislation in response to submissions and its own deliberations. It is not to make it perfect. Is what is before Synod today perfect legislation? Probably not. It's almost impossible to make legislation perfect on paper, but its implementation and working out are what make the difference. By Newman's standards, the amount of change might suggest perfection, but no, the amendments listed for this afternoon would suggest there is still some room for discussion. What the committee sought to do first and foremost was to listen. We listened. We received an incredible number of submissions, more than 450, from around 20 members of Synod and others. We went through the legislation clause by clause, and anyone who wants to look at the before and after drafts will see significant and substantial changes. This was a thorough process. We spent a lot of time on the composition of the SENS board, its numbers and mix of membership, and we believe what is in the measure is the correct balance of representation, skills, accountability, and independence. Clause 3 received a significant number of suggestions for revision. The Charity Commission provided helpful comments on the charitable objects. Clause 3 has changed more than any other, and we are grateful for the submissions and input that enabled the committee to reach consensus on this much improved drafting of that clause. It's pretty much delete all and insert in the end. We also took account of input from the NCIs and, as I said, the Charity Commission. I wish to express my profound gratitude to Bishop Andrew and his steering committee, who had the grace at our first meeting to say, based on the submissions and the conversation, that they wanted to take some clauses away and come back with changes rather than bog down the committee. There was no need for them to do that, and it says something of our working relationship that they did. It saved a lot of time. We listened carefully to those members of Synod who came to the Revision Committee meetings. Attending a Revision Committee is not the most exciting way to spend a day. A lot of it is sitting around listening. But I am thankful for the commitment of the people who turned up in person and by Zoom to each of our meetings, not just to fight their own corner and demand their own changes, but to engage and play a part in the discussion. This was the first time I had chaired a Revision Committee. And I got things wrong, especially at the start. But we ended up with a committee that listened, that discussed, and in a spirit of mutual respect, debated. Even when the committee was not unanimous, and that was rare, we disagreed well. We had a counted vote only a handful of times. All other decisions were by consensus. This does not mean that the measure in front of you is perfect, and there may still be room for change. What struck me during this process was that the committee was a microcosm of the Church of England. we had representation from all traditions. We had men, we had women, we had clergy, we had lay. We had north and south. We had cathedral and parish. We had a member of the Archbishop's Council and a church commissioner. The committee represented the Church of England, and we worked well together. We were able to see the draft through many lenses, and I thank the Appointments Committee for the gift of these people. In 40 years of working, this might be the thing I have found most satisfying. Synod, you sent this draft legislation for revision, and I believe that the revision committee has done its job. The measure in front of you now is substantially different to that sent to us last year because of the input of Synod members and others. Last October, several people said to me that we would never get through this work in time. Yet, thanks to astonishingly talented people who put any personal agenda to one side for the duration of our work together, we have brought back to Synod something which I believe is better. Not perfect, perhaps, but as I sometimes reminded the committee, if you try to make legislation perfect, you end up making it unworkable. And so we took a very clear line at times on whether something should appear in the text of the legislation or whether it should be dealt with by terms of reference, a service level agreement, or standing orders. There's more than one way to do things, and we have striven to make sure the legislation does not tie us in knots should circumstances change. We wanted to be sure that should external factors change, we wouldn't necessarily have to pass new legislation. It's important I say thank you. Thank you to those people who sent in submissions. It's an essential part of the process. The large number of people who did engage shows how important this measure is. I want to thank the staff team working with Stephanie and Harvey, who have sat in meetings where their several years' work has been challenged, sometimes rather directly. Yet Stephanie and Harvey took the punches and worked with us to make the legislation better. To Alex, Addy, Chris, and Connor in the legal team, who took this new boy and helped him grow into a revision committee chair. I said to the legal team right at the start, don't be afraid to challenge me or guide me. They weren't. They did. And I thank them for that. A special thank you to the non-members who took time and effort to make submissions. As chair, I could reject external submissions. We considered everything. We did not ignore anything. The steering committee need my thanks for their humility and complete lack of defensiveness as we changed their draft. Finally, my revision committee members, the chair of the revision committee has no formal part in the process to select the committee. Now, that may or may not be right. I have a view. But I had no power of veto and had no role with the Appointments Committee in deciding who the members were. Yet I ended up with exactly the right people around the table, not only diverse and representative, but people who understood governance or were prepared to grow in that understanding. And more importantly, they understood the challenges facing the church. They were unafraid to challenge each other and me. Nearly 2 years ago in Synod, I quoted, "Change is always first experienced as loss." And that was a slightly difficult time in the journey on governance. It's clear that some loss is still felt. However, I believe we have moved a long way. And while legislation cannot in itself create trust, I believe this legislation builds in representation, checks, balances, scrutiny, and accountability. Synod, I believe what is in front of you will work, is fit for purpose, and should be taken forward in the debate this afternoon. Synod, the Revision Committee has done its work, and this report tells you what we have done. Over to you. I move that the Synod do take note of this report.
This motion is now open for debate. I remind members that this is a debate about the report of the Revision Committee under Standing Order 57.6. It's not in order to debate a matter which is the subject of one of the amendments. I'd like to call Nigel Bacon. And Joyce Hill. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for calling me Nigel Bacon, Lincoln 342. I strongly applaud the work of this revision committee and the way that, under Stephen Hogg's chairing, all submitted revision proposals were so carefully considered. Amongst the changes made during revision, I particularly welcome the strengthening of the voice of this synod in determining the funding framework that will exist in the future and as set out within clauses 8 and 9. I also welcome the requirement for Synod's Appointments Committee to be involved on various critically important appointments and the significantly enhanced level of Synod member representation on various bodies within the new structure. This is a much better measure than what we had when we first considered it, and it will do much to improve the way in which the central bodies of our church operate. There is, though, as suggested by Stephen just now, still room for further improvement. And for that reason, I would urge Synod members to accept the Revision Committee report and then carefully engage in the ensuing consideration of amendments. In doing so, I would particularly commend to Synod those tabled by Mr. Adrian Greenwood. This measure will bring about a great deal of change for many of the excellent people who work so loyally in the current national institutes, bringing them together into a new, unified and streamlined organisation, SENS, Church of England National Services. May we in this synod be ever prayerfully minded of the stresses they will surely feel as they face up to those organisational changes. And may God, who in Jesus Christ called us to be united in a spirit of service to him and to one another, grant them that same spirit of service, service that facilitates the whole of the Church of England in its calling to serve God across the length and breadth of this nation and also across Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Joyce Hill, Leeds 327. I should like to second the thanks to the committee for the work that it's done and recognise publicly that there is, of course, still more work yet to be done. We aren't through the process yet. But at this stage in the process, I would like to encourage General Synod to be very careful, to think very carefully about voting in a series of amendments which tie up the proposals with a layer of complicating detail at the outset. We asked for simplification and clarification. We have got simplification and clarification, and ahead of at least some level of lived experience, which may prompt certain further amendments down the track, I think we do have to think hard about not recapturing it, re-pinning it down into a lot of complication. We wanted simplification and clarification. Let that be so. This is not an argument to say that all the amendments on the paper are, to my mind, unduly complicating. Some of them I think are very good. Some of them I am personally less persuaded by. But it's just an urge to members of Synod to let the simplification and clarification shine through. We need it. Thank you.
Sandra Turner, thank you, and Mark Bennett.
Sandy Turner, Chelmsford 275. Thank you very much for calling me. I count myself super fortunate to have served as a member of the steering committee for the National Governance Measure. Now, I'm not a governance geek by any stretch. I am, however, someone who pegs socks in matched pairs when I do the washing. I do like order, colour coding, logic, and efficiency. So I confess that this measure really appeals to me. Now, I could commend it to you because it brings clarity and simplicity to our rather complicated structures, which it does. I could commend it to you because of its aim to make our governance transparent and more accountable, which it does. I could even commend it to you for the way it has sought to bring logic and order to our complex structures, and it does. But the reason why I believe this measure is a good thing is this: when transparency, accountability, and effectiveness work well, they help to restore and rebuild trust, which is what we asked for. And it's something which I think we might agree is in deficit at the minute. This was evidenced in our review meetings. As Stephen has said, it is true to say the Revision Steering Committee are a very mixed bunch. We encompassed pretty much every strand of churchmanship, and it is fair to say we didn't always agree. But we listened carefully to God, to each other, and to everybody who had helpfully brought forward amendments. We learnt to trust each other a bit more each meeting, as we tried to do the best we could in terms of governance to support the church in its mission and ministry, because at heart, we long to honour Jesus. It's his church, isn't it? Thank you.
Mark Bennett, Oxford 184. It's also been my privilege and pleasure to serve as a member of the steering and revision committees for this governance measure. As you'll note, aided by the wisdom of Synod members and others, we've made significant improvements to the draft measure in the form you last saw it. I think we were aided in that work by a common clarity of vision, seeking simpler and more effective structures which are easier to understand and navigate. And I just want to draw to your attention, Synod, a part of that clarity which helped me to understand the measure as we went through it and to understand its effect, and which may also help you to navigate some of the proposals for amendment we'll be considering later. That clarity was that each of the NCIs in the new structure would be an organisation with its own body of trustees responsible for the conduct of its business. Each would be already subject to external regulation by the Charity Commission, for example, or by the pensions regulator. It was therefore important to us to avoid the complexity and hazard of over-regulation or dual regulation, taking onto ourselves roles which properly belong to others. This includes the hazard of creating shadow trustees, people who the trustees are accustomed to act in accordance with their will even though they're not listed, or powers which negate the decisions that are properly taken by the trustees themselves. So far as SENS is concerned, we focus first on giving Synod a meaningful input into priority setting by our amendments to Clause 8. And rather than regulatory oversight, the measure importantly creates a robust scrutiny function through the Synodical Scrutiny Committee in Section 20. We will no longer be relying largely on Synod questions and answers for interrogation of central church business. Instead, our elected leaders will be able to act with strategic clarity to obtain the answers we deserve to the questions we ought to be asking. This is supplemented by a clear requirement in section 23 for each NCI to lay its annual report and accounts before Synod. Given the differing timetables and regulatory environments for the different NCIs, it would be unwise to over-specify this timetable in legislation. But it is the intention of this legislation to create a regular annual cycle with the opportunity for questions, so that Synod can take an informed approach to its influence on priorities through the Clause 8 mechanism. Thank you. Speaking as a backbench member of Synod, I commend it to your attention and to your approval.
Thank you. I'd like to call the Bishop of London and Roy Faulkner. Thank you.
Sarah Mullally, 003 London. Can I start by thanking all of those who have worked to put this measure together? The proposals are a significant step forward to bring clarity to the governance of the national church. The Charity Commission have reminded everyone of the need to keep good clarity governance in mind. We need charitable bodies that are driven by culture, who are skilled and informed, that are not afraid to be open or transparent in their working. This requires trustees who can drive out fear rather than constantly operating from a culture of suspicion. Whilst I welcome the proposals in this measure, I am concerned that these proposals still enable gaps to occur between SENS, the Church Commissioners, the NCIs, General Synod, and the House of Bishop. We have at the moment good people who are caught up in institutional impotence, resulting from a lack of clarity when individual parts who are unable to relate effectively as a whole. The result of this is a lack of clarity regarding who can and who should bring about change and how. I often hear, and I also understand, the reasons for criticism about an overmanaged, top-down church. I have worked at every level, from a nurse to a chief nursing officer in the NHS, and also in complex organisations such as the civil service. I have gazed into the heart of the Church of England and found at its core incoherent governance structures in which a number of bodies which need desperately to be joined up are free-floating. I wonder whether we could be reassured that what is proposed in this measure will actually change that. The proposals that we have are absolutely no doubt are a first step forward, but don't let us be led to believe that we do not have more work to do as a Church of England to restore coherence and trust. Thank you.
Point of order.
John Wilson, Lichfield, 341. Sorry to do this, Chair, but I wonder from the Standing Order 16.1 if we're caught in the House of Bishops.
We are. We've checked. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Faulkner. Thank you.
Roy Faulkner, Leicester 333. I want to urge you all to support this very good measure, but I would just like to make one or two comments in terms of a word of caution. The measure currently over-focuses on the interests of the governing bureaucracy rather than on demonstrating good governance to the customers, i.e. the people in the congregations. Commentators are already speaking, and Bishop Sarah said, of the Church of England dividing itself into two churches, the upstairs church of bishops and bureaucrats, and the downstairs church of parish vicars and lay worshippers. This measure in this current form is an upstairs measure. Its drafting appears to be based on outdated management practices in which staff are considered first and the customer comes last. Bureaucracy is increased, all at the expense of the customer. It also leads to a mentality which essentially tries to cover up certain things that are going wrong, and we can see examples of this, for example, in the Post Office, which uses this approach, the Horizon scandal, and also in, obviously, to some extent, what's happened with regards to safeguarding here in the Church of England. So what we need as an alternative, and I would just suggest you look at this, is that we need to return to the management by objectives approach. And the essential ingredient here is that the customer is always put first, with the work-life balance of the management being of secondary importance. So in the case of the C of E, we need to look at how we can strengthen the downstairs church, that is by emphasizing more and more the importance of parish clergy and having a huge reduction in the more highly paid administrative staff. It means turning things upside down on its head. Now, I'm just asking you to consider this as a matter of caution, but in terms of the way we conduct this debate, I would like to urge you to look at all the amendments which do something to correct the current upstairs bias and restore power to the parishes and to their clergy.
Lee Miller and Bishop of Leeds.
Luke Miller, 163 London. Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. Synod, you'll be aware from paragraph 54 of the report that the Scrutiny Committee of Synod will be the place where the prolocutors, the Chair and Vice Chair of the House of Laity, will now exercise that role, which currently gives us a bit of the conflict of interest because of being ex officio members of the Archbishop's Council. What this does is to provide Synod with a scrutiny and an opportunity to try to begin to address the issue that Bishop Sarah just raised. It won't do the whole job because some of that is structural. But there is a point there where Synod, with an overview of scrutiny, not of oversight, is able to draw together a view into all the various different pools across the NCIs where activity takes place. Done well, that can also be a place where the stairs can meet the landing, where the downstairs and the upstairs can come together. Because here in Synod, we have people from every corner of the church, from those who serve in local parish churches, in church plants and chaplaincies, for those on diocesan staff teams, and those who serve on a national level. Done well, that scrutiny can help the whole church to do some of the join-up which we so clearly need. The second thing is a little thing, and just I think I should say as current chair of the Legislative Reform Committee that you should note from paragraph 84 that that continues to exist. And in conclusion, let me just add my thanks to all those who've worked so hard on putting all this together and getting us to this point. It's been a long and complex journey. It's leading us to a slightly more simplified position, but it's giving Synod the opportunity to act in a way that will help us to join up and reduce some of those gaps which we find are not serving us well.
Nick Baines, Bishop of Leeds, 22. I chaired the original governance group and produced the original report. And what was very clear in that work was that we didn't just need simplification, we needed clarification. And I recognized, I think, in the presentation of that original report that it's too easy to talk about trust. Any mechanism, any structure has to be managed by people. Trust is a choice. It's not an inevitability. It certainly shouldn't be a weapon. But whatever the outcome of this process, and I think the steering group have done a remarkable job, we still have to have human beings on this synod operating it. One of the things we weren't allowed to do, it wasn't part of our remit on the original group, was to look at the role of Synod. But I bet you we'll have to come back, or this Synod will have to come back at some point to look at the role of Synod, and then look at what happens to people protecting their own power on Synod. Synod is very good at pointing out power abuses elsewhere, and terrible at acknowledging where power actually lies and is sometimes represented or misrepresented on this body. Now, part of the reason behind the governance review in the first place was to address the incoherences and inconsistencies that led to failures in safeguarding. Now, I'm hearing contradictions on this Synod. We say one thing in relation to safeguarding, and then when it comes to sorting out the structures that would make us a more coherent, simpler organization, then we introduce a million complications. I was here for the Turnbull process, which died the death of 1,000 qualifications because all the vested interests wanted to protect their bits. And I think what the steering group have done a remarkable job on is trying to transcend some of those sectional interests and look at what would be a coherent structure going forward. Yes, the devil is in the detail, which is why we're having this debate, but don't lose sight of the big picture, for which some elements of detail might be not the ideal, but they allow us to move forward in a more coherent way as a whole. So yes, the devil is in the detail, but don't lose sight of the point of it all. I commend this. We'll carry on debating it. Things can be amended later in the light of practice. That's how these things work out. But I strongly commend the steering group and this report.
Thank you. Synod, as we have a lot of business to get through, I'm going to test your mind on whether this item has been sufficiently debated. I therefore put the motion for closure on item 502. All those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Thank you. That's carried. I now call on Mr. Hogg to reply to the debate. Thank you.
Stephen Hogg leads 3-8. I'll try and get through this quite quickly. Thank you. That's helpful. And I'm very pleased to hear some very positive comments about the people who have done this work. It has been a joy, but it's been hard work. Nigel, I am absolutely committed to the idea that Synod is part of this, and I think this legislation gives Synod more of a voice. And the joined upness of various parts. I absolutely accept the suggestion there may still be gaps, but as I said in my speech, it's the working out of this, it's the implementation that will make the difference, and that needs people to do it. Joyce Hill, wisdom always. We tried very hard to keep it simple. If it didn't need to be in the text, it's not. And what might look like a gap is actually to try and make things more flexible. Sandy, yeah, it was a joy to work with you on this. That clarifying and simplicity, the transparency, the standards that we worked with right through this process. Mark, as a fellow accountant, absolutely. I began to understand this by about the third meeting. It was a bit of an uphill climb. Bishop, thank you, and you're absolutely right. This is actually, and as I said earlier, it's about the working out of it. There's a danger that any legislation will feel top-down. It's what you do with it, when you implement it, that makes the difference. Yes, culture is important. We don't make this happen just by saying, off you go. This involves people taking part in a process. Roy, I hear what you're saying. I don't recognize it, sorry, but I absolutely hear what you say. I think we have to realize this is legislation, not an operations manual. And as we develop this, that legislation will grow into a way of working. Look, thank you for highlighting the scrutiny committee. It's the piece of this legislation that I think is most difficult to understand. I think we now have clarity on what you'll be doing in the future as a prolocutor, and it does actually give Synod an extra level of control. My boss, the Bishop of Leeds, thank you. I'm very humbled to be taking forward your work. Well, I view him as being in charge, so you're absolutely right about the simplicity, the clarification, and this does need to be managed. There is more work to do. There definitely is. This will not be a quick fix, but I believe the legislation as drafted is fit for purpose and can be implemented with the will and the right people doing the right things. I'm grateful for your contributions to this debate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to put item 502 to the vote. All those in favour, please indicate. Thank you. All those against? That item is carried. Thank you, Synod. We now come to the revision stage for this draft measure. We've received notice of 28 amendments which appear on your order paper. At the revision stage, the 25-member procedure under Standing Order 59 applies. Where an amendment is moved by someone other than a member of the steering committee, the mover has not more than 5 minutes to speak to it. I'll then call a member of the steering committee to speak in reply. If the steering committee indicates that it wishes the debate to continue, the debate on the amendment continues. If it does not, the amendment will lapse unless 25 members indicate that they wish the debate to continue. We start with item 520 on the order paper, the motion that's clauses 1 to 3 stand part of the measure. As noted on the order paper, the motion that clauses stand part is deemed carried unless a member indicates a wish to speak against the motion. No member has indicated a wish to speak against clauses 1 to 3, and the stand part motion is therefore deemed carried. We now move to clause 4, and I invite Mr. Greenwood to move his amendment to that clause at item 521. He may speak for no more than 5 minutes.
Adrian Greenwood, Southwark 415. I declare that I was a member of the Archbishop's Council from 2017 to 2020, and I have spent my entire working career either working for a charity or being on a trustee body of a charity. I want to pay tribute to Bishop Andrew and Stephen Hogg as chair of the steering committee and revision committee respectively, and for all the members of the steering committee and revision committee and the staff team that supported them. I saw how hard they worked because I was one of those very sad people who turned up to all 4 meetings of the revision committee. The revision committee, as you've heard from Stephen, worked really well, and it is a matter of record that many of the proposed amendments put forward were accepted, and you can see those in bold type. But in our procedures, members of Synod, their revision stage gives General Synod, the whole floor of the House, the opportunity to scrutinise once and for all before passing it on. So this is, in effect, the last major opportunity for you to engage with this matter. And it is one of significant importance because the body that we will create, the SENS, will be running the national church for the foreseeable future. I want to assure Joyce Hill that this amendment is not going to add complications to the procedures of SENS. It's very simple and straightforward. And if I can take you to clause 4 and subclause 5, you will see that the membership of the Governance and Nominations Committee, which is what this amendment is about, is made up of 7 people. Those 7 people will be 3 members of the SENS trust body, 3 trustees. Thanks to an amendment, 2 further amendments will be members of the General Synod Appointments Committee. And the final two members will be independent members as defined in the text. So 7 members, that's banked, not interfering with that at all. The only point I am making is in relation to who appoints the 2 independent members. Who appoints the 2 independent members? Currently, the measure says they are appointed by SENS, the trustee body. If you look higher up the page, section clause 4, 1b, you will see the answer to the question, what is the role of the Governance and Nominations Committee? And the role of the Governance and Nominations Committee is to advise SENS, the trustee body, on the recruitment of members of SENS and the members of its committees. So we have a situation here where the Governance and Nomination Committee will be advising SENS, the trustee body, on the appointment of the 2 independent members. That looks a bit fishy to me, and I think for the sake of clarity, I'd like to recommend that the 2 independent members are appointed by the Appointments Committee of General Synod. It's a very simple, straightforward, binary choice. You're either in favour or not. I hope 25 people will stand to enable this matter to be debated. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to call on the Bishop of Guildford to reply. You have not more than 5 minutes.
Andrew Watson, Guildford 20. Synod, having spoken in the wrong place in the previous debate, I trust that I'm speaking in the right one now. Stephen Hogg and others have spoken warmly of the constructive nature of the work of the Revision Committee, and I would entirely agree, as well as thanking Stephen for his excellent chairing. Among much positive engagement from Synod members, Adrian Greenwood attended, as he's mentioned, all 4 days of the Revision Committee, having contributed to earlier debates and discussions too. This measure is already improved, for example, through an amendment that he proposed in the Synod of July 2023, by which the majority of SENS members should be elected or appointed from the pool of General Synod members. I do, though, wish to resist this amendment, especially given the adjustments we've already made to Clause 4 of the measure. Adrian has drawn attention to those adjustments, which have been accepted to give Synod confidence that this will not be a closed system. The membership of 7 of the Governance and Nominations Committee, popularly known as Gov and Noms, now includes 2 members of the Appointments Committee and a provision that the trustee on Gov and Noms should be one of those elected to SENS by Synod and not an appointed member. A quorum of 4 has also been set to ensure that no decision can be taken without a Synod member's involvement. To go further than this, though, would be to undermine the proper role of the SENS trustees, who have a legal responsibility for the charity's management and administration as set out in the Charity Commission's guidance, The Essential Trustee. Part of the work of the governance review has been to bring our national church structures into better alignment with these principles of good charitable governance. And under those principles, it is the proper responsibility of trustees to appoint independent members to their own Gov and Noms committee and to ensure that they are people who are able to do the job and support the charity to achieve its objectives. The Appointments Committee could be consulted on these independent appointments, but the decision is the responsibility of the SENS Board. And if we're to be clear about good charitable governance, I would therefore ask Synod to reject Mr. Greenwood's amendment.
Thank you. As the steering committee don't indicate that it wishes a debate on the amendment to continue, it will lapse unless 25 members of Synod stand. No, 25 members are not standing. Thank you. In that case, the amendment lapses. We now come to item 522, the motion that clause 4 stand part of the measure. As no member has indicated an intention to speak against the motion, that clause 4 stand part of the measure is deemed carried. Thank you. We now move to item 523, that clauses 5 to 7 stand part of the measure. As no member has indicated an intention to speak against, item 523 is deemed carried. We now come to clause 8, and I'd like to invite Mr. Andrew Orange to move his amendment at item 524. He may speak for no more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew Orange, Winchester, 430. Good afternoon, members of Synod. This amendment is not to undermine the governance measure. I want to make that very clear at the start. Yes, it will require a special amendment to be constructed later, but this is doable. I say to Bishop Andrew and to all of Synod, the matter I'm addressing is so important, it's worth drawing in breath and dealing with it. The amendment is simply to align the spending of church commissioners' money to its functions and its charitable object, and where there are exceptions, to recognize them. The charitable object is registered with Charity Commission and has been approved by Parliament. And we should only stray away from it by specific approvals where we need to do so. It's been the duty of the church commissioners up to now to ensure its effective delivery. But under the governance measure, as it stands now, Clause 8 will replace the role of church commissioners by a new scrutiny committee, not bound by our charitable objective, and with the possibility of the money being spent on any function that sends CAS to name. In effect, an unrestricted carte blanche. This vague framework goes against the Liddington report, and to me, as a finance professional, it just doesn't yet look fit for purpose. All the more so when you consider that during the last years, we have seen how fallible we are as an institution if we don't have the right processes in place. Clause 8 will, I suggest, make us vulnerable to bossy leadership and to what you might call insidious creep, whereby each year a little bit more of the church commissioner's money gets displaced. So that's where I'm at. This amendment is about safeguarding church finances and giving proper structure to our financial procedures. I don't want us to adopt do-it-under-the-covers approaches that we've so often seen in our church. I want us to be transparent and correct. I just spoke of insidious creep. To understand the extent of it, let's look at the answer to a recent parliamentary question addressed to the church commissioners. This tells us that in each of the last 2 years, at least 38 million has been spent on items other than the charitable object of church commissioners. It's been done under the title of the Miscellaneous Provisions Measure 2018, an innocent-sounding measure that has ushered in a massive redefinition of how the church is spending its money. And there's a cost in the displacement of funds for ministry. It's not surprising that in a recent survey of priests conducted by the Kiko Union, 62% declared themselves to be worse off after recent inflation, and a very significant portion said they were experiencing hardship. And I'm afraid this is very likely also the reason why not enough people are coming forward for ordination. Of course they aren't, when paying conditions will not be enough to sustain their families adequately, and I suspect many in this room know about that. As for other spending, yes, of course, as Christians, we should always be looking for ways to support charitable causes. But these broader agendas should be financed through our different routes, through our own endeavors, through new community initiatives, through reaching out to the corporate world, but not by dipping into church commissioners' income, displacing money that is there to pay clergy and fund our ministry. For mission and ministry remains totally relevant today, and all the more so in a world where Christians are in a minority and where contemporary culture is so often unsympathetic. As St. Paul said, I passed on to you what was passed on to me. We should humbly do the same, use church commissioners' legacy to pass on God's message from one generation to another. I beg to move the amendment standing in my name.
Thank you. I'd like to invite the Bishop of Guildford to respond.
You might.
Oh.
Mandy Ford, Deans 055, member of the Revision and Steering Committee. Chair, we would urge Synod to be very cautious about this amendment. I do not think it is intended, but the actual impact of Mr. Orange's amendment would be to restrict significantly the use of the Church Commissioners' funds to those functions which were transferred to the Archbishop's Council from the Church Commissioners in 1988, and those now being transferred under this measure. But Synod, the only functions transferred to the Archbishop's Council in 1988 were to do with ecclesiastical fees, so that all the Church Commissioners could fund under the proposed subparagraph 1 would be the administrative costs of preparing parochial fees orders. This would significantly restrict the purposes to which funding from the commissioners could be applied. While SENS would be able to fund bishops and cathedrals, it could not encompass much else of whether that be parish giving support, ministry advice, safeguarding, or the racial justice work Synod affirmed only earlier this week. We believe that if this amendment was passed, SENS would be unable to effectively operate, as it would have inadequate funding to support the work and mission of the Church. It would either lead to a significant increase in the diocesan apportionment, which we are sure no one would want, or difficult choices would have to be made about what work would have to stop. Work that today supports parishes and dioceses. I am very sure that this is not what Mr. Orange intended, but it is absolutely the effect of this proposal, and I ask Synod to resist it.
In that case, the 25-member rule applies. If 25 members stand, it will continue to be debated. If not, it will lapse. No, there are not 25 members. In that case, the amendment does lapse. We now come to 525. I'd like to invite Reverend Marcus Walker to speak to this item. You have no more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Marcus Walker, London 168. I would like to thank the Revision Committee for the incredibly hard work over many weeks which they put into this, and also for their response when I brought this proposal to them, which was that this was above their pay grade and that this should be considered by the General Synod. So here I am, General Synod, before you, asking you to consider this. Because we're here because we love God. We're here because we want to see the mission of God flourish across this country. We want to see the people of this country turn back to Christ. And there are those in this room who think one way will work, and there are those in this room who think another way will work. And we have spent this week wrestling with some of those questions. But the reason why we're here exhausted on a Thursday afternoon discussing church governance is because we know this is the framework within which all of our churches are working on the ground. Sometimes what we propose, by the grace of God, works. It bears fruit, and fruit that will last. Sometimes it doesn't, and we need to go back to the drawing board. At the moment, there is one seriously pressing matter where we can see that the fruits are not good. The way in which we have looked after and resourced and funded the churches in the poorest communities of our land has failed. Church Action on Poverty shows that the churches in the most deprived 20% of the country are 5 times more likely to close than churches in the 20% least deprived. 40% of church closures occur in the 10% most deprived parishes. This has been on the back, I fear, of a narrative that we have heard again and again that the church must stop subsidizing failure. And we have stigmatized poorer churches as failures because the people who live in their parishes are not able to fund the churches which they love. This should horrify us. These churches are part of that community across the country that is producing £55 billion worth of social action according to the National Churches Trust. When that social action is occurring, those food banks which number more than McDonald's in our country, are not in the richest part. There aren't food banks in Chelsea. There are food banks in those parts of the country where we are closing the churches that manage them. We have to work out how to stop this. And we have to work out how this has come about. We hear in our synods that today's ministry should be funded by today's giving. But we know that in large parts of the country, this is not possible. We've known this for a long time. Queen Anne knew this and set up an endowment to fund the ministry in the poorest parts of the country, to fund the cure of souls in parishes where such assistance is most required. And we have been doing this for centuries until recently. What I am proposing is to put this back into our legislation so that whenever funding decisions are being taken, there is a priority for the poor. When we are working out triennium funding decisions, we will always be having a mind to the poorest parishes. This will not remove the other things from the table. It just puts the poorest communities in first. This does not decide how money is spent. It simply says where we must first think about spending it. Members of Synod, I invite you to support my amendment.
Thank you.
Mandy Ford, Dean 055, member of the Revision Committee. Chair, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Marcus for his careful engagement throughout this revision process. And we would want very much to applaud the intention in this amendment. But we are not convinced that this will deliver the best for the simplicity of the new charitable arrangements that we are trying, nor the mission and ministry of the Church of England as a whole. Although the legal advice we have suggests that Mr. Walker is probably correct, that in accepting this amendment, it would not prevent any of the existing approaches to funding, our immediate sense is that it would complicate the decision-making process, because rather than setting a priority of funding, as Father Walker suggests, it would mean that in each case, SENS would not only need to consider how any spending promoted its charitable purpose and was in the best interest of the charity, but would also need to pay particular consideration to Section 67 of the Ecclesiastical Commissioners Act that has in view the cure of souls in parishes, but not the ministry of the Church of England as a whole interdependent organism. It is perhaps worth reminding Synod of the origin of the Ecclesiastical Commissioners Act of 1840, from which this proposal stems. The 1840 Act transferred the assets of our cathedral estates to the ecclesiastical, now the church, commissioners. And it was originally from those funds that provision was to be made for the cure of souls in parishes where the assistance is most required. But the clause continues, in such a manner as is most conducive to the efficiency of the established church. In other words, it was always intended to be alert to the whole system. Clause 8 of the measure already establishes a clear mechanism, the funding framework, for determining the priorities for funding and ensures that Synod will be consulted on such proposals. The change the Revision Committee have made here will significantly involve Synod in helping to set the priority for funding. Marcus's amendment would further complicate the funding mechanism and the decision-making of the new charity even before it has formed, and seems to run against the intention of the governance review to simplify governance arrangements. I hope, Synod, that you can hear that while we applaud Mr. Walker's intentions, we don't think this is a good idea, and we would hope that Synod would reject it. But, Chair, this is a significant and important contribution from Mr. Walker, and we believe it would be useful for everyone that we properly debate this amendment. So we would ask, Chair, that the debate continue on this item so that Synod's mind can be properly heard.
Thank you. That means this item is open for debate. Martin Gorick and Bishop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. Martin Gorick, 46, Suffragan Bishops. I've no wish to complicate governance any further, but I do wish to ensure that provision for the cure of souls is kept front and central in all we do. As a parish priest for over 20 years, that was my job description, short and simple. And what could be more glorious? The care and the cure of all the souls in your parish, the good and the bad, residents, workers, visitors, each one a soul known and loved by God. To be entrusted with that is a gift beyond words. The cure of souls demands, of course, partnership working, for how could any priest possibly do this alone? It demands community working, because not every soul will be in your churches on a Sunday. It demands creative working, as you make the church open to all and open to God. It demands a mixed ecology response, as work with the Lord to reach the parts of the parish traditional church cannot reach. As a bishop now, not always the jolliest job, but sharing the cure of souls with a priest at their licensing is a sacred and joyous moment. Setting someone free then and throughout their ministry to attend to the cure of souls as their first priority, the salvation of souls, cure, healing, salvation, all coming from the same root. To do that in a parish or benefice or institution, to set people free, to put that first, that is the heart of a bishop's role, under the guidance and protection always of Jesus Christ, the Good Shepherd and overseer of every soul. The mission and pastoral measure retains the cure of souls as the guiding principle for any church reorganization. I want to see that somehow in this measure also. For money, in the end, is the sacrament of seriousness. Let's work through DIP and SMIB funding, low-income community funding, and in simple support for parishes and hard-working parish clergy up and down this land. We can still do many good things, but please, one way or another, let the cure of souls come first.
You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Synod, I shall tomorrow be proposing the Hereford Diocese...
Sorry, could you say your synod number?
Oh, sorry, Michael Beasley, Bath and Wells 006. Synod, I shall tomorrow be proposing the Hereford Diocese Redistribution of Funds motion. Central to that motion is the question of who knows best how to use the income gained by the Church from our endowment held by the Church Commissioners. I shall be arguing that the use of such income is best determined locally, in line for which the purposes of the endowment was given, for the provision of the cure of souls in parishes where such assistance is most required. This purpose is ever more urgent as dioceses around our country face grave financial deficits that imperil the future of parish ministry in our land. This amendment seeks to defend such a principle. Its absence would result in a latitude to the new SENS body to commit our money disproportionately to centrally driven projects which, however laudable they may be, are not in line with the purposes for which the endowment was given. I urge us to resist this departure, to trust that local dioceses know best, to support ministry within our parishes, and to vote for this amendment. My understanding is that having particular regard would not be to exclude spending happening for other purposes, but it would indicate where priority should lie. I urge us to consider carefully the amendment that has been proposed.
I'd like to call Rebecca Chapman and Carl Hughes. You still have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Rebecca Chapman, 414 Southwark. Thank you for calling me, Chair.
Synod, I am also one of those governance geeks who sat round the corner of a number of revision committee meetings. And first of all, I want to say thank you to the team who've been working on this. They've been amazing. Synod, we will each have our own unique and personal reasons for caring deeply about the Church of England, or we wouldn't be here. One of the things that I love most is that wherever you live, whatever your faith or none, you have a parish and you have someone responsible for the cure of your soul, whose job is to help bring you into reconciliation and right relationship with God. Surely this is evangelism, discipleship, and Christian service expressed for and in every local community. Synod, when we had our Tuesday session on diocesan finances, it felt really notable to me how many questions focused on the different kinds of funding in front of us, particularly link funding. I feel like many of us instinctively recognise the need to support poorer communities and poorer parishes well. I believe this amendment will help us do that. It doesn't specify how that should be done. It could be through SMIB or LINK or any other acronym, whatever makes sense in our current or our future financial context. This amendment is an acknowledgement that we are a church with subsidiarity at its heart, a church that is parochial and not congregational, a church that is built from the parishes, our grassroots upwards. This amendment will help ensure that Commissioners' funds reach that grassroots level and that there is transparency about that. Wouldn't this be worth just a little bit of extra effort? Synod, I urge you to support this amendment, and together with so many of the amazing new things we are trying and funding, please can we make sure that we pay particular regard to those parishes that most need it. Thank you.
Carl Hughes, Archbishop's Council 467. Thank you for calling me Chair. I hope that the Synod recognises that what I stand for in all that I've been trying to do in my finance role is simplicity and transparency. And I'd just like to say a few words about each of those particular words. Simplicity, one of the things we're trying to achieve through this measure is to actually simplify, streamline, and make things clearer and more efficient. Now, Marcus knows that I have actually a huge amount of sympathy for what he's saying, and actually I agree with the substance of what he's saying in principle. However, if Synod accept this amendment, this will create an enormous amount of additional bureaucracy and wasted time, basically, within Church House, of having to, every time there is a spending decision, to have documentation prepared to explain how that individual item expenditure would fit in with this particular measure. The issue here is spending that happens under the Miscellaneous Provisions Measure 2018. And when that measure was brought in, it was perhaps at that stage not anticipated how much spending would subsequently go through that measure. But effectively, Synod, the reason so much expenditure goes through the miscellaneous provisions measure is because of the instruction that you as Synod have actually given. So things like net zero, racial justice, those funding streams are all expended under the miscellaneous provision measure. So my concern with this amendment is it actually makes things more complicated. So it goes against simplicity. So transparency. I am willing to make a very clear commitment to Synod to ensure that we are absolutely transparent with how money is going to be spent as between expenditure under the Miscellaneous Provisions Measure 2018 and expenditure under the, I think it's the National Institutions Measure 1998. And we can do that through the way in which we present a much more detailed budget to you each July than we have done hitherto. The measure actually allows for a much greater level of disclosure relating to the whole budget of what will then be SENS going forwards. And I commit, starting indeed this July, to ensure that you do know how money is intended to be spent, and you will have the opportunity to discuss that in Synod each July. So I hope that that will help address this particular amendment, which I hope you will reject. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I call Robert Zampetti and Julie Siegel.
Robert Zampetti, London 361. I didn't prepare a speech, so I can hopefully keep this brief. 2 points I want to make is I did sit on the revisions committee, and Stephen, it was really nice to hear the things that you said, and I want to tell Synod that I think the whole way that this measure has been managed, way even before we got to the revision stage, for me, it's an example of something that was done well, and we really want to take the lessons of how this very complicated measure has been handled and try to repeat that as often as possible. So this is my chance to say that. It's also my chance to alert you all that I am a commissioner, so I need to be very careful what I say next. But I want to say this. I think we've heard that everyone loves the intent of Marcus's amendment. And I would hate us to vote it down because we believe it's creating bureaucratic problems and so forth. I truly believe that it could, in fact, we could adhere to it simply by how we produce annual reports. And it wouldn't be a terrible thing if, as decisions were made on spending, we took time to note. You don't have to write a whole report at the decision. You note it so that at the time of the annual report, it could be summarized quite nicely. But I put that to you. Finally, there is a drafting stage. And if language needs to be tweaked, perhaps to make sure that we include all the language we want from the ecclesiastical measure, I'm not commenting one way or another. I do think there's a chance to do that kind of drafting. And so I do hope we will vote in favor of Marcus's amendment.
Julie de Siegel, Oxford 377, and I had also not planned to speak at this point. And I'm declaring an interest as a trustee of the parish giving scheme. The parish giving scheme is funded by the Archbishop's Council by grants from the Church Commissioners. And I'm just a bit concerned that this is provision for the cure of souls in parishes where assistance is most required. The parish giving scheme is capable of assisting all parishes, and possibly particularly those where assistance is most required, because it assists. You don't have to have the volunteers to do the gift aid claims. I mean, I think it also helps raise funds in parishes, but it helps with the dearth of volunteers that you find. But it isn't only for those parishes. And I think that we do need to be very careful about this amendment, and I think that I will be voting against it because it has the potential to divert resources from places that really help everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to test the mind of Synod on closure for this item. I therefore put the motion for closure on this item. Would you indicate, please, in favour? Thank you. And against? That's carried. Thank you. Would a member of the steering committee like to... Sorry. Marcus, would you like to respond to the debate? You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Marcus Walker, London 168, and thank you very much indeed, Synod, for such a healthy and hopeful debate just now. I very much hope that we do pass this amendment and that concerns about a little bit of extra bureaucracy do not overwhelm this. It is so important that we remember the poor. That was the word, those were the words which appeared on top of almost every poor box in the country. And I think they're words that should appear on our hearts today, that we remember the poor, that we do not, in fact, get too distracted by other questions and we focus on that. We are not proposing to stop the parish giving scheme. That can very easily be accounted for within this. It's so obviously providing support for the poorest parishes. They're the ones with the least administration. I could write you the explanation that would justify it today in about 10 seconds. It would not prevent any of the other funding, net zero or racial justice or anything else. This just puts in at the top of the priority list the remembering of the poor and the cure of their souls. And I ask you to support this motion today.
I'd like to now put item 525 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against? The item is carried. Thank you. As item 524 was not carried, item 526 will not be moved as it was consequential. And we're going to proceed to item 527. I'd like to invite Mr. Andrew Orange to move his amendment. He may speak for no more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew Orange, 430 Winchester. I should be quite brief in proposing this amendment. The last amendment was about dealing with church commissioners' money. This amendment is simply about transparency and openness, which is, I hope, self-evidently a good thing. So I don't think this amendment is controversial. Let me be clear what I'm talking about. Currently, the Archbishop's Council, and in the future, SENS, they act under license, as it were, as spending agents of the church commissioners. They do the spade work, but they have to give an account back to church commissioners in the form of a certificate which explains what they've done with the money and confirms that it has been distributed in accordance with the church commissioner's charitable object. As representatives of the church, I think we all have an interest, because we are PCC members or trustees of church bodies, all of which could be beneficiaries. So far, so good. The reason why I have brought this amendment is that I've recently requested sight of last year's certificates and been refused. The reply read, "The annual certificate is a trustee paper, which, like all trustee papers, is confidential and not in the public domain, so I am unable to share the certificate." Members of Synod, I don't think this secrecy is good, particularly as it's over a matter that we're all interested in. So I brought this amendment to change the position for the future. It's all the more important for the fact that the amendment dealing with church commissioners' money failed. If the church commissioners' money is to be used for a broad range of things, it is doubly important that we're all able to access the information about what it's been spent on. I beg to move the amendment standing in my name.
Thank you. Would a member of the steering committee like to respond? Thank you.
Mandy Ford, Dean 055, member of the steering committee. Synod, as Mr. Orange has explained, Clause 8.5 provides a mechanism for the Church Commissioners' Board of Governors to be assurance of the expenditure and impact of grants it has made to SENS. As a matter of charity law, it is for the Board of the Commissioners to determine if such assurance is adequate. But we can't see any reason why the certificate could not be published in future. However, a statutory requirement to publish all material that the Commissioners might seek from SENS could put at risk the potential financial or commercial sensitivity of such additional information and might well hinder the development of an open exchange between the trustee bodies. The measure separately provides for the relevant annual reports and accounts of the NCIs to be laid before Synod, which is an appropriate mechanism to allow proper questioning of the expenditure and grants by this Synod. For those reasons, we resist this amendment.
As the steering committee resists, the 25-member rule applies. Would 25, do I see 25 members standing or otherwise indicating? No, I don't, I'm afraid. Thank you. That item then lapses. We now come to item 528, the motion that as clause 8 stand part of the measure. The motion that clause 8 as amended stand part of the measure. As no member has indicated an intention to speak against the motion that clause 8 as amended stand part of the measure is deemed carried. We move on to item 529, the motion that clauses 9 to 19 stand part of the measure. No member has indicated a wish to speak against the stand part motion. The motion that clauses 9 to 19 stand part of the measure is deemed carried. We now come to clause 20 of the draft measure, and I invite Mr. Ian Boothroyd to move his amendment to that clause at item 530. He may speak for no more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Chair. Ian Boothroyd, 422 Southwell and Nottingham. And can I first acknowledge the hard and complex work of the steering committee and the revision committee and the project team in getting this important measure to this stage. Thank you all. Committees and councils and boards. We can't get away from them in the church. Can I ask you for a moment to imagine the church as a ship or a flotilla, perhaps, if you can. And these committees and so on are everywhere, like flotsam and jetsam on the sea of faith, and we'd like to steer the ship around them and get on with the real spiritual work. But here am I suggesting a power for more committees, well, subcommittees, and this is why. Clause 20, this is a really good idea for a new kind of committee for the church, the Synodical Scrutiny Committee, representing us with the power and authority to go all over the ship asking questions and building relationships. 4 members will be our own chairs of houses, prolocutors, to give them the correct title, our elected representatives. At the moment, as trustees, they have the risk of being compromised, setting the ship's direction as well as scrutinizing it. That risk will disappear. It looks good, but will it work? Clause 20 proposes 1 committee of 7 people to, quote, scrutinize performance and the quality of decisions with regular engagement with the national institutions. It isn't enough. The membership includes a bishop, besides the chairs of houses, people we respect and value. They are knowledgeable and dedicated, but busy with their own roles inside and outside Synod. They'll be up on the bridge, scanning the horizon, checking on the ship's direction. Perhaps you might like to imagine the platform as the upper deck of the flagship of the church for a moment, if you can. They'll be up there talking to the admirals, but will they have time to learn what's happening below decks? We are so good in the C of E at giving extra jobs to busy people. Give them a break. Give them support. Give them the power to set up subcommittees. And there are 2 more arguments I have for subcommittees. First, let's use more of our resources. I was going to say that I'm looking out over a sea of faces here, but there's been a lot of drainage since the earlier item this afternoon. But bobbing about on the waves of the Synod will be people with experience and skills in business, public service, charity work, human resources, pastoral care, environmental awareness, and much more. People from every corner of the church dedicated to the growth of the kingdom and the 5 marks of mission. What a blessing they may be for the work of the Scrutiny Committee and for the national institutions. Get more of them on board. And that's my other argument, inclusion. Let's get more members of Synod into this scrutiny work, supporting it, learning from the national institutions, challenging, questioning, and supporting. We can ask our 2 formal questions here, and if we're lucky, a supplementary, but we need a bit more than that. It would be helpful, and it would reduce substantially the risk of mutiny. The policy paper talks of a willingness to learn and building trust and confidence and earning legitimacy. That all needs time and continuity, and it's too much to expect of one committee of 7 people, in my opinion. It needs more. Working under the direction of the Scrutiny Committee, subcommittees could bring the time and expertise to achieve it, and without this, I fear it will be superficial. I was going to tell you about the House of Commons select committees, but perhaps that's too frightening. The Greater London Assembly has 9 committees with scrutiny responsibilities, each with 6 to 9 members. The other place we have General Synods, York City Council, has 4 with between 10 and 13 members. Now, don't let that scare you. Can't imagine anything quite on that scale. But we might perhaps eventually have subcommittees for each national institution, perhaps more than 1%, or perhaps cross-cutting committees looking at subject areas. And yes, there is an administrative burden here which would need resourcing. My amendment gives power to the proposed Scrutiny Committee and a gentle steer for their creation to give this exciting new proposal for formal scrutiny a better chance to work for the benefit of the Synod and the whole Church. And these subcommittees, despite what I said at the start, they're not flotsam and jetsam, a hindrance to navigation. Think of them like the friendly tugboats which will gently nudge our ship to guide it through the tricky waters. And now, before my nautical metaphor breaks up completely and sinks below the waves, Synod, I move the amendment standing in my name.
Thank you. I'd like to invite the steering committee to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boothroyd, and your contributions to the revised measure have already been significant. The draft measure is improved because of your engagement with it. But on this occasion, I would ask Synod please to resist this amendment. Members will have seen that the Revision Committee considered a large number of proposals for amendment in relation to the Synodical Scrutiny Committee, and these included the same proposal to give the committee power to create subcommittees. The idea was not accepted, and I would like to resist it once again. The purpose of the proposed Synodical Scrutiny Committee has always been to encourage better working relationships and increase transparency and openness. The clauses in the measure have been drafted to expand Synod's ability to ask questions in the NCIs alongside our existing structures like synodical questions and annual reports, through regular meetings of a small but powerful committee with the NCI chairs, trustees, and senior staff. The primary aim has been to build trust through open, frank, and timely dialogue about matters of concern, and not create an array of parliamentary-style select committees. Though, of course, that would not stop a future scrutiny group from setting up task and finish groups, though with the scrutiny committee itself making the final decisions. One of the key principles of the governance review has been simplification, as Mark Bennett and others pointed out at the beginning of this debate, and with it, a reduction in the number of committees. Mr. Boothroyd's amendment runs the risk of reversing that commitment, potentially creating something of a committee cottage industry with the potential of added complexity and significant resource implications. I would therefore ask Synod to resist this amendment.
As the steering committee resists this amendment, the 25-member rule comes into play. Do I see 25 members standing or otherwise indicating? I don't. Therefore, that amendment lapses. Thank you. We now come to item 531. I'd like to invite Mr. Ian Johnson to move his amendment to that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There's a group of amendments that I have, and they're not similar, but they overlap. If I may, I have an introductory speaker for about 4 minutes, and after that there'll be about 1 minute on each of the amendments. Would that be acceptable?
You do have 5 minutes in total, that's fine.
Well, first of all, then, thank you very much to all of those who've been involved in getting us this far. It's a Herculean effort. The question is, how should we respond to Archbishop's exhortation on Monday for independent scrutiny and transparency? The Bishop of London gave us a clue. Repentance will only be accepted if the change needed can be seen. The NCGM, that's us, must take this into account, she said. So do we accept the Archbishop's mea culpa? Do we really want openness and trust? And if so, how should we respond? Change is coming. Safeguarding option 3.5 includes independent oversight of diocesan activities, which is a change to our charities status. And GS 2360 proposes that SENS must give a limited due regard to Synod's opinions. These are both very serious changes that have been endorsed officially. So given this, my amendments, I suggest, should be but a small part of our new world. A good law, which is what I hope to help create, must work well in bad times. The Measures Clause 88B states, SENS must have due regard to the views expressed by Synod on its consideration of the framework proposals. This use of due regard in relation to Synod is new and meets the objectives of the Archbishop's challenge. Synod will no longer be only a legislative and discussive body. It will be a consultative one also. So, how might we develop this concept? Because surely what is source for the framework goose must be source for the NCI gander. Synod last legislated on governments in 1998. Turnbull's aim then was to ensure that it had a clear role in overseeing the national church institutions and promoting transparency and efficient decision-making. The debate in Synod ensured that this did not happen. And we see the results today. We must not make that same mistake again. A serious constraint on our ability to provide independent, proportionate oversight of our NCIs from within our church is that they are silos. By law, their trustees just they can just ignore outside influences, including oversight, and give absolutely no reason. Synod cannot fulfill this role fully today, so what can it do? And the measure makes a very good stab at this Gordian knot. It proposes the independence of the Synod's officers we've heard about already, and the creation of its 2 new committees. And these are good proposals. There's one serious relevant weakness, which I'll come back to. But in the meanwhile, I propose that the national institutions should have general due regard for the opinions of Synod. That clauses 2010 and 22.8 should be deleted as repetitious, and I have to say crudely untrusting, and that Synod should have the power to refer a national institution to the Charities Commission. The use of due regard will be self-policing because its excessive use would invalidate it. It does not threaten trustees because all it does is to require them to explain and justify their decisions, to engage constructively with Synod. These are not radical proposals. The radicalism is already in the measure in clause 88B with its use of due regard, nor are they prescriptive, as much of the execution detail yet to be agreed will be in our standing orders. And finally, Synod, each of us has a personal, individual responsibility in this matter. Let us not repeat Turnbull and 1998. The Archbishop and the Bishop of London might have aspirations. They do. But we, Synod, have to do the work. So please support these amendments when they come to them. Thank you. I have got, as I say, I want to withdraw 2 of the amendments, and I have 6 others which are, as I say, rather linked. I have a very brief speech for each of those, but some of them are extremely brief.
Okay, we'll come to those in order. Thank you. Would the steering committee like to respond?
Chair, thank you. I'll do my best, although I will say that Bishop Andrew is going to respond to the second tranche of Mr. Johnson's amendments. But, Chair, Mr. Johnson has raised a series of amendments concerning the proposed Synodical Scrutiny Committee, and I believe that it may help Synod if I respond rather more fully at this point and then add shorter specific comments as we move through the amendments. As we have already highlighted, the Revision Committee considered a large number of proposals for amendment around this proposed new committee doing its work. The provisions now set out are designed to enhance General Synod's existing powers of inquiry by providing for more regular cooperative engagement between the Synod and the NCIs, and to improve governance in the Church of England by encouraging a culture of openness, which we hope would build confidence and foster trust. These proposals are not and should not be used to make the Synod a quasi-regulatory body for the NCIs. The statutory regulatory role providing independent oversight in respect of the NCIs is fulfilled generally by the Charity Commission and by other regulatory bodies in relation to specific functions such as the pensions regulator. Members need to be very clear. It is simply not the role of Synod, a legislative assembly, to be an inspector or a regulator. Nor does Synod exercise the role of an audit committee, who behold before trustees the assessment of risk and assurance. The purpose of the proposed Synodical Scrutiny Committee has always been to encourage better working relationships and increase transparency and openness. These clauses are drafted to expand Synod's capacity to ask questions of the NCIs through regular meetings of a small committee with the NCI's chairs, trustees, and senior staff. The primary aim being to build trust through an open, frank, and timely dialogue about matters of concern with trusted members of Synod, including the prolocutors. There is a real danger with Mr. Johnson's proposals that they undermine the trustees' abilities to exercise their fiduciary duty and blurs the proper accountability of trustees to the statutory regulator. If you will hold that general understanding in mind, I would like to just turn to the specific amendment here. The annual report of the committee will be a record of those regular meetings, allowing all Synod members to see the detailed responses given to questions. They are not intended to be regulatory reports, and it would properly be for the NCIs of the trustees of each NCI to determine how they respond to the issues raised in fulfilling their duties. We resist this amendment.
Thank you. As the amendment is resisted, the 25-member rule applies. Do I see 25 members standing or indicating? No, I don't. Thank you. Therefore, that amendment lapses. We move to item 532. Mr. Johnson, would you like to move your amendment on the item?
Forgive me, Chair, but that was meant to be a general introduction against some short statements on each of the amendments. And I haven't given my short statement on 531 yet.
(531) has already lapsed, I'm afraid. So we move to 532.
Well, just for the record then, I haven't spoken to 531.
You had 5 minutes.
And I used about 4 and a bit of them.
Yes. I'm sorry,
Okay.
that's my
All right.
ruling.
Yes.
Item 532.
Amendment 532, do I have 5 minutes?
Yes, you do.
Oh, I won't need them. 532. I would like to leave out this clause. The character of this clause, I must admit, I read through the draft measure, and I was quite buoyed by the Scrutiny Committee, the Inquiry Committee, the independence of the Synod officers, and then I came to this. And I have to say, it just stopped me dead in my tracks. The character of this clause, I think, and I've toned this down, is one of naked distrust. It works against GS 2354, and everything that was said last Monday by the Archbishop of York, the Bishop of London, and others, it would exacerbate an already bad situation, and enshrining it in law would be a real crossing of the Rubicon. It would reinforce the idea that our church's only representative body at this level will not be trusted. We're talking here about difficult times. We're not talking about everything is flowing nice and easily. We're talking about the kind of difficult we're seeing with safeguarding, for example. So I say this clause indicates severe distrust of Synod. Secondly, trustees are already responsible to their charity and must work to fulfill its objectives. And Mandy, I accept that point. Absolutely. I made it in my earlier speech, and I will make it again and again. But this clause goes far beyond debating whether their obligations have been met. In bad times, the situation we're considering, it would allow the national institution to ignore any comment, no matter how well intended, on how it might carry out its operations or functions, and not give any reason at all. Why should they not be able to defend their decisions? This clause runs counter to the theme of cooperation of due regard established in 8.8b of the framework. It invalidates the purposes of the Scrutiny Committee. It is a tautology. It's a duplication, and it's unnecessary. And charity law, let me say again, is very clear and supportive of trustees. The unintended consequences in terms of indicative trust of this place, of this clause, have been absolutely lost in the rush to legislate. But they are very real, and they are dangerous. And let me emphasize again that in times of trouble, our charities are going to put up the shutters. They are silo charities. They don't have to take any notice of anyone. That's what this clause says. And all I'm trying to do is to get a state where at least we get involved in another round of conversation. And if after that there's still a standoff, there is still a standoff. Charity law is charity law. Absolutely. All I'm trying to do is to encourage, force even, the NCIs to talk to Synod constructively. Thank you.
Thank you. Would somebody from the steering committee like to respond?
I would. Thank you very much. Friends, the proposed amendment here...
Sorry, could you just say your name?
I do apologise. Mandy Ford, 055, Dean's member of the steering committee. Friends, the proposed amendment here goes to the heart of the issues of roles and responsibilities. I repeat, it is not the role of the Synodical Scrutiny Committee or of Synod to act as a regulator for the NCIs. Each of the charities already has one or more independent regulators. This amendment would appear to undermine the ability of the trustees to properly carry out their fiduciary duties. Charity trustees have independent control over and legal responsibility for a charity's management and administration, and the Charity Commission expects trustees to take these responsibilities seriously. This amendment would make it exceedingly difficult for the NCI boards to function effectively, as there would be a risk that board decisions taken properly in law by charitable trustees could be rolled back by the Synod. Mr. Johnson states that paragraph 10 undermines trust. That is simply not the case. The measure provides new mechanisms to create a culture of greater openness and to build trust while allowing the NCI trustees to fulfill their proper legal responsibilities. We resist this amendment.
Thank you. As the steering committee resist, the 25-member rule applies. Do I see 25 members standing or otherwise indicating? I do not, therefore this lapses. We now come to item 533, the motion that clause 20, that clause 20 stand part of the measure. No member has indicated a wish to speak against the stand part motion. The motion that clause 20 stand part of the measure is therefore deemed carried. We move on to item 534, the motion that clause 21 stand part of the measure. No member has indicated. Therefore, item 534 is deemed carried. We move on to clause 22 of the draft measure, and I invite Mr. Johnson to move his amendment to that clause, item 535.
Thank you, Chair. This really refers to the scrutiny and the committee of inquiry. I would say there is no point in a report being written only for it to be ignored. In any event, especially when we're under pressure, as we are now, I suggest with safeguarding, it must result in a conversation. A report is written, is it just shelved, does it just carry dust? Or do we use it as the basis for a discussion? That's not what happens now, of course, because Synod doesn't write any reports. And such options to comment as it does have, questions, for example, after take-note debates, are time-limited and often inconsistent. In the new world order of SENS, we must have a discussion with Synod rather than talking at Synod, because that's what happens at the moment. That must become the new normal, the discussion with Synod. It supports GS 2354 on trust and trustworthiness, but it also emphasizes cooperation. Now, this amendment requires the national institution to respond conscientiously to any mention of it in the synodical report. It'll give the committee as much weight as possible, but which it will need to be effective. And let me just answer Mandy's point on this point. I've said it twice now, I think. Charity law is charity law, and I'm not trying to change it. We're trying to work within it. That is a constraint that we have. I'm not trying to take any responsibility for anything away from the trustees. I'm just trying to encourage a more open conversation between our national church institutions on the one hand and Synod on the other. Because if push comes to shove, which it occasionally does, our NCIs, with all the best will in the world, do not have to talk to Synod. That's what I'm trying to change. So let me say again, charity law is supreme. I accept that entirely. This does not in any way contradict charity law. All it's doing is saying, here we have a report from Synod from its scrutiny committee, from its inquiry committee, it must not be allowed to gather dust on a shelf. It must be the basis of at least one round of discussion. And if after that round of discussion we don't get anywhere as Synod, then we don't, but we've tried. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the steering committee like to respond?
The Revision Committee spent considerable time reviewing the proposals in relation to the Committee of Inquiry and understood that neither the Scrutiny Committee nor a specific Committee of Inquiry could act as a regulator of the NCIs. The measure as drafted provides that the NCIs publish a response to the Committee of Inquiry report within 6 months. That is a specific new legal duty to respond to the issues raised to any inquiry report. Mr. Johnson's proposal here is therefore unnecessary, as the measure already provides a specific route that would require the trustees to consider the report of any inquiry and respond to it. So we therefore resist the amendment.
As the amendment is resisted, the 25-member rule applies. Do I see 25 members standing or indicating? I don't. Therefore, this amendment lapses. Thank you. We move on to item 536. I invite Mr. Johnson to move his amendment at that item.
I think, given my experience on 532, Chair, I'll withdraw 536. It's very similar. It just refers to the inquiry committee rather than the scrutiny committee.
Thank you. Therefore, that lapses. We move to item 537. The motion that clause 22 stand part of the measure. As no member has indicated an intention to speak against the motion, item 537 is deemed carried. We now come to clause 23 of the draft measure, and I invite Mr. Johnson to move his amendment to that clause at item 538. You may speak for no more than 5 minutes.
Can I store up these 5 minutes? Because I'd like to withdraw this one as well.
I hope not.
I could tell you about my holiday. It was very nice. Right, I withdraw 538.
In that case, 538 lapses. We move on to item 539. I invite Mr. Johnson to move his amendment at that item.
Synod, we've been through a fair amount today. I'm sure we're all very tired. I am. But nevertheless, I withdraw 539 on the same basis. But there are 2 more coming.
Therefore, item 539 lapses. We move on to item 540, and I invite Mr. Johnson to move his amendment.
This is a more substantial one. And I'm going to, in part, address 540 and 541 together. So these amendments reflect the checks and balances of any modern governance system within the constraints of charity law, but using the due regard principle established in 88B. The NCIs must have commensurate oversight. We've seen what happens with Turnbull when it didn't happen in the National Institution measure of 1998. We have got, someone has got to provide decent oversight. And with all due respect to the Charity Commission, it's providing oversight for the Archbishop's Council, and looks where it's got us. Synod has a role to play here. We need to find out what it is and use it. Synod's soft power has clearly failed. The Charity Commission is considering how to implement a system of safeguarding oversight independent of our silo charities, and any solution could be read across to the NCGM eventually. But in the meanwhile, these 2 amendments, I suggest, are reasonable compromises. They will enable Synod to be a more complete partner with the NCIs in our future church, And that is the objective. I am not trying to take over trustees' responsibilities to their charity, because that cannot be done. I'll bet you someone mentions it again, though, before we're finished. Had there been, these two amendments, been in the National Institutions Measure 98, I don't think we'd be in the desperate state that we are today in many of our things. So turning now to the first of them, which is 540, this amendment said at the moment, if anyone comes along and lays a document in front of Synod, that is pretty well it. Sometimes, with a beneficial response of the Business Committee, we're allowed questions, but these questions, with all due respect to everyone, tend to be rather incoherent. They're short-term, spur-of-the-moment things, often. They do not provide a solid basis for a discussion. So what this amendment would do would be to require a national church institution to respond to Synod's opinion on the matter that is laid in front of Synod. So a document would come in, Synod would have a response to it. This amendment would say, NCIs, doesn't matter what the document is that's been brought, it could be a presentation, it could be a take-note debate, whatever. If Synod wants to, then it could, on a vote of the whole House, ask for due regard to be taken of its response. And again, the motivation here is to try to encourage a degree of conversation we just do not have at the moment between Synod and our institutions. That's what this amendment would do. Thank you.
Andrew Watson, Guildford 20. In the next two proposals for amendment Mr. Johnson puts forward, he again seeks to position the General Synod in the role of a quasi-regulatory body for the NCIs. As previously stated, this is not the role of Synod, nor should it be. Sorry to be repeating the same mantra as Mandy and I have made on several occasions, but the role of Synod is not to be an inspector or regulator. The statutory regulatory role, in response to the NCIs, of course, is the Charity Commission. In addition, Mr. Johnson's proposed amendment could potentially take a great deal of time and energy, diverting NCI staff from their work. I therefore resist the amendment.
Thank you. As the amendment is resisted, the 25-member rule applies. Do I see 25 members standing or indicating? I don't. Therefore, this amendment lapses. We move on to item 541. If you could please note the financial comment on the 11th notice paper for this item. Mr. Johnson, would you like to move this item?
I have to say, Chair, I appreciate having my time in court, as it were. Again, I have to say to Bishop Andrew, frankly, you're missing the point. I'm not trying to make Synod into any kind of super-regulator. That is precisely what I cannot do, and so why would I try to do it? That is not what this is about. What I'm about is to try to bring our institutions in Synod closer together in a constructive way. That's the intention. Now, that's what all of these amendments to date have been about. This one is slightly different. This one would allow Synod not to act as any kind of oversight or regulator or anything like that, but if it sees something going wrong in the institutions and no one is talking to the Charity Commission about it, this amendment would oblige Synod to do so. It is not providing oversight. That is provided by the Charity Commission. It is just encouraging a rather broader approach to the oversight that we have of our silo charities. Incidentally, Clause 88B, which I refer to often, and with respect, Mandy and Andrew, you do not, that's the basis on which I'm basing a lot of these amendments. That is in the measure already. And if you think that my extended use of it is trampling on the ground of the trustees, then you've done it already. All I'm doing is copying what is already in the measure. As far as this last one is concerned, If Synod cannot provide oversight for an NCI, and it is very clear that it can't, because of charity law constraints, this amendment will at least enable it to alert the Charity Commission of the concerns it might have. The Charity Commission would be the overseer. It has got to be. I'm not trying to change that. But Synod would play a more active role in the development of the church. That's what we need. At the minute, Synod is something of a punch bag. There are obligations on various institutions and others to put measures before it, but following that, very little happens in any formal way. What I'm trying to do is to formalize that a bit and to make sure that we have constructive discussions between us. This is a variation on a theme, if you will, and a rather unconventional one. I accept that, but nevertheless, it's a capability which I think would provide Synod with a degree of freedom that it doesn't have at the moment and would be very beneficial to the whole of the Central Church. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the steering committee like to respond?
Andrew Watson, Guildford 20. The Charity Commission, as part of its role as regulator, requires trustees to report serious incidents. Trustees are under a statutory duty to the regulator to disclose such incidents fully, frankly, and as soon as possible. The responsibility for reporting such serious incidents and matters of material significance firmly rests with the charity's trustees, and the proposed amendment only serves to muddy those very clear waters. The Charity Commission has confirmed that position, and in commenting on the proposed amendment, has said they are unclear about how it would work and why it is necessary. I therefore resist this amendment.
Therefore, the 25-member rule applies. Do I see 25 members standing or indicating? No, I don't. Therefore, this amendment lapses.
You did have the nerve, probably the nerve, to stand in support of my amendments.
Thank
you for your time as well.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We now come to item 542, the motion that clause 23 stand part of the measure. No member has indicated intention to speak against the motion. The motion that clause 23 stand part of the measure is therefore deemed carried. We now come to clause 24 of the draft measure, and I invite Mrs. Deborah McIsaac to move her amendment to that clause, item 543. She may speak for no more than 5 minutes.
Deborah McIsaac, Salisbury, 402. I've sat here too long looking at numbers, I think. Mine is, I hope, a contribution. We started this afternoon by hearing about the good efforts of the revision committee, and indeed, I was one of those people who participated or attended each of the sessions via Zoom. You described it as the Church of England at its best during the operation of the revision committee. And I think one of the reasons was identified at the outset. It's because the various churchmanships within the Church of England were honored and respected in the appointment of the revision committee, and in the way in which those hearings were conducted. What I want to do is to incorporate that in the measure itself by saying that the diversity of churchmanship is to be represented in SENS. The reason for that is, of course, that it should be a norm that we have a range of views on items, and we all know how fundamental it is to our Christian identity that we affiliate with a particular churchmanship. I'm not suggesting for a moment that there is some list of churchmanships, but simply that there is attention paid to incorporating diversity of churchmanship within the processes and within the bodies. It should be the norm, and it should be explicit. to acknowledge that range of traditions. For SENS to work well over time, it will be important to attend to the relationships again and still for people. To incorporate an explicit requirement that there is attention paid, doesn't mean it's determinative, but attention paid, the range of churchmanship shows a generosity of spirit and enables us to go on continuing to honor diversity. If we can find our identity, we find it in the particular outworking of the churchmanship. I think we can see and experience fairness at work if we were to incorporate that. It's a gentle, I hope, amendment to just say, please pay attention to the diversity of churchmanship when dealing with matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the steering committee like to respond?
Andy Ford, Dean 055, member of the Revision Committee. Thank you very much to Debbie for her kind remarks and for her interest in the work of the committee. As is made clear in the Revision Committee report, the term diversity in the measure has its ordinary meaning, and the interpretation clause makes clear that this meaning is not limited to the protected characteristics in the Equalities Act, but certainly does include and encompass differences in belief or tradition as reflected across our church. The measure provides a new mechanism for each of the NCIs to develop a diversity charter and to both monitor that diversity and report on it. We believe that this will in itself encourage diversity of experience and thought and indeed of church tradition. But a diversity of church tradition is only one aspect of diversity which it is important for Synod to have confidence in the trustee bodies. But it's not the only one. As this Synod has heard already this week, the importance of diversity of social background or of global majority heritage are also important for our church. We recognise the very real concerns that were raised in discussion during the Revision Committee conversations and which Debbie has brought back to the Synod here. But on balance, we would ask Synod to resist this amendment.
As the steering committee have resisted the amendment, the 25-member rule applies. Do I see 25 members standing or otherwise indicating? No, there aren't 25 members standing. Therefore, this amendment lapses. We now come to item 544, the motion that clause 24 stand part of the measure. As no member has indicated an intention to speak against this motion, the motion that clause 24 stand part of the measure is deemed carried. We move on to item 545, the motion that clauses 25 and 26 stand part of the measure. No member has indicated an intention to speak against the motion. Therefore, item 545 is deemed carried. We now come to Schedule 1 to the draft measure, and I invite Mr. Greenwood to move his amendment to that clause at item 546. You may speak for no more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Adrian Greenwood, Southwark 415. Synod, are you still awake? This one is a bit more level 1. During the revision stage, the very sad occurrence took place of the resignation of the Archbishop of Canterbury. And the revision committee that met immediately after that was in a certain state of shock, I think. I did attempt to raise the issues that I'm about to repeat with you during that time, and for, I think, understandable reasons, the revision committee felt that what I was proposing was a bit too bold. But we're 3 months on now, and the formal consultation about the duties that the next Archbishop of Canterbury, and indeed this applies very much to the Archbishop of York, what level of workload are we going to impose? We're all aware of the tricks of Sir Humphrey and the machinations of the devil in finding distractions from their principal duties for our archbishops. So this is an opportunity, I hope Synod will be allowed to take it, to engage with a very serious point of what do we want our next archbishop to spend their time doing. Let me remind you what we've banked already. We have a brand new name for this body, the Church of England National Services. Archbishops aren't mentioned. Perhaps there's a clue there. We're reducing the trustee body from 19 to 15. That's been accepted and is recognized as part of good governance. There will be a new chair who will be paid. And there will be a new synodical scrutiny committee. So what do we do about the workload of the archbishops? We have a unique opportunity. You could say, in the well-known phrase, this is a kairos moment. What my amendment proposes is not that the archbishops are unable to serve on SENS, which is the case with the prolocutors and the chair and the deputy chair of the House of Laity, but gives them the option. So my amendment removes them as ex officio members, in other words, automatic members. They have no choice. And instead gives them the option of opting in to becoming a trustee by increasing the number of elected members from the House of Bishops from 2 to 3. So this directly affects Archbishop Stephen as well, but I think this is something that the views of General Synod would be really helpful. I have a personal view that perhaps it should be on an opt-in basis. I very much leave this matter to the Synod. If you studied the revision committee report, you will see that the concern that was raised when I put this to them was that, well, if the archbishops aren't there, they will necessarily want to be, their views will be sought anyway, and we'll introduce backroom passages of communication which aren't transparent and on the record. That is, of course, a risk. But I would say two things to that. The first is, if we're paying the chair of SENS, I would seriously expect them to have very good open relationships with the archbishops if they're not a member, if they're not trustees. And secondly, if the archbishops are that keen to be involved with the operation of SENS full-time as full-time trustees, then my amendment provides a mechanism for them to do that. So I move this amendment, and I hope that you will all exercise yourselves and stand to support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would the steering committee like to respond?
Andrew Watson, Guildford 20. The first of Adrian Greenwood's amendments to Schedule 1 is one of several proposing further changes in the balance of the membership of SENS, tipping it more decisively in the direction of elected members as opposed to appointed ones. I will return shortly to the specific issue this amendment addresses, whether or not the Archbishop should be ex officio members of SENS, but it might first be worth a broader explanation of why the steering committee believes such a rebalancing would be a real mistake. One of our guiding principles throughout this process of governance reform has been an absolute determination to ensure that the trustee body of this huge and complex charity is properly equipped for its work, that we have the expertise and knowledge we need and a diversity of background and lived experience to best support us in our calling, in the words of Section 3 of the measure, to advance the Christian religion in accordance with the faith and practice of the Church of England by furthering, enabling, enhancing and coordinating its work and mission. To be frank, a mainly elected trustee body has not and will not provide that skill base or diversity. which is why we're determined that SENS should not simply become a marginally tweaked version of the Archbishop's Council. That's not to denigrate the remarkable range of skills that many of the elected members to our boards and councils bring with them, but to make the very obvious point that church elections by their nature tend to produce a slightly random selection of those skills, along with the appointment of people like us, often largely based on churchmanship preferences, rather than the more purposeful approach to good governance that we need, and one better aligned to Charity Commission principles. The Steering Committee therefore believes that 6 elected and 6 appointed members of the board, plus a chair, is the right balance here, with the additional safeguard that the appointed members should be approved by Synod. And it's for those reasons that I will shortly be resisting Adrian's further amendments. But the specific question around this first amendment, as to whether the Archbishop should be ex officio members of the board, is one that has been discussed at significant length in a number of different forums, including the Revision Committee, and we do recognise that it is quite a significant question. On the one hand, in our discussions thus far, we have recognised with Adrian that this is a good moment to review the role and workload of the Archbishops, especially with our current focus on the colossal responsibilities placed on the shoulders of any future Archbishop of Canterbury. It is partly for that reason, incidentally, that we have replaced the traditional responsibility of that future Archbishop to chair the Church Commissioners with a less demanding role of being their president. But on the other hand, as Adrian has also mentioned, and this has proved to be the decisive argument wherever it's been discussed, the idea of the archbishops, or even one of the archbishops, not being trustees of SENS could militate against the clarity and transparency that is another of the guiding principles of our work. As holders of the most senior offices in the Church of England, with an overarching perspective on the issues and challenges faced by the Church today, the archbishops would need to be consulted on almost every aspect of the SENS agenda. And were we to accept this amendment, that consultation would effectively take place behind closed doors and without formal minutes, so creating in effect the shadow trustees that Mark Bennett mentioned at the beginning of this debate, and militating against the openness and accountability that we are seeking to achieve. The Charity Commission acknowledges that in general terms, that it is quite possible for those holding certain roles to be ex officio members of a board, and may make very good sense. And not to accept that in this case, I believe, will be a little like not having the vicar on the PCC. It's for that reason that I resist this amendment, though of course I am in Synod's hands here.
Thank you. As this amendment is resisted, the 25-member rule applies. Do I see 25 members standing or indicating? Yes, I do. Therefore, this item is open for debate. Bishop Philip North, Rebecca Chapman. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Philip North, Blackburn 008. I can speak against this amendment as a bishop who has no personal interest in its outcome, and indeed probably even less personal interest after Tuesday's debate. So I can be dispassionate in urging Synod to resist this amendment. Our archbishops are increasingly being treated like the rope in an almighty tug of war. Pulling in one direction is the ever greater responsibility we're heaping on them as leaders of a more and more centralized church, with all the additional scrutiny that entails. Pulling in the other direction, we increasingly want to remove from them executive power, as demonstrated by this amendment. I love a tug of war, but being the rope must hurt. It's no wonder that the Bishop of Gloucester was so clear in her assessment that anyone who wants to be Archbishop of Canterbury wants their head looking at. Some people think there's a massive race to be next Archbishop of Canterbury. They're wrong. The race is mostly in the opposite direction. Because the job is already virtually impossible to do. And to remove our archbishops is to take away from our archbishops a place on the board that runs our central services will make an impossible job even more impossible. If we were to risk excluding the archbishops, we would be making two extremely serious mistakes. The first would be the loss of their contribution as those who, by virtue of their office, have by the best global view, not just of the Church of England, but importantly of the Anglican Communion. The second would be undermining their capacity to contribute to policy and strategy, and so to lead. We would be in the strange situation of holding our archbishops accountable for strategy that they would have very little capacity to influence, and that is fundamentally unfair. If we want people to lead, we need to give them the authority to lead. If we want to hold people accountable, we need to give them some decision-making capacity in the first place. I understand, of course, how Synod is feeling in the light of the reports by Wilkinson and Makin, but we cannot allow this vote to become a proxy confidence motion. We are a legislative body. We need to think much longer term than that. I really hope, therefore, that we will resist this amendment.
Rebecca Chapman, 414, Southwark. Thank you for calling me again, Chair. To quote the late, great Geoffrey Tattersall, Mamma Mia, here we go again. I am speaking to support Adrian's amendment. I also don't think that the archbishops should sit on the Board of Sens by default, but instead they could be there by election. We're all now only too aware of the struggles our church has had with deference culture. With the archbishops on the Sens board by default, we would have ourselves two very different classes of member. Regular members, subject to term limits and either election or appointment, and then archbishops, not subject to such limits. This amendment would make things more equitable for all members, distributing power better. Secondly, for our future archbishops, the potential for releasing them from the Sens board if they wanted would, as Adrian has highlighted, allow them more time to focus on other things. Finally, Synod, for me, there is a potential danger that by being ex officio members of the Sens board, this might impact the selection criteria for our future archbishops. It is possible to imagine a scenario where someone is pastorally and spiritually incredibly suitable, but for whatever reason might not be nearly so well suited to a role on a large national charitable board. Either that person would not go forward, despite their suitability in all other areas, or they risk becoming a member of the board who is ill-suited to such a role. This is not a proxy confidence vote, and I do not want our archbishops to become rope, but I do want the archbishops of the future to have a choice. If an archbishop desperately wanted to sit on the Sens board, they could stand to be elected from the House of Bishops, and they would be subject to the same term limits and requirement for re-election or appointment as all the other members. Thank you.
The Bishop of London, and the gentleman here.
003 Sarah Mullally, London. I want to start by saying, just to remind us that the Charity Commission have written to all of us to remind us that we need to keep good charity governance in mind. And therefore I do really welcome the appointment of an independent chair with the appropriate skills to act as a trustee. However, you would have also heard me earlier on today to say that one of my biggest concerns is the fact that we could still have different parts of our the church life not properly connecting to each other, but free flowing. I do believe that having the two archbishops as ex officio on this body is important to provide clarity and coherence for us. This isn't about their workload. This is about the clarity and the coherence of the organisations and the bodies of the Church of England. There is absolutely no doubt that those who are appointed to the role of Archbishop, because of the broad spectrum of what we are expecting them to do, will already have the ability to sit on this type of trustee body. So I strongly ask you to resist this amendment so that actually we can ensure that some of our free-floating bodies can connect together and better equip our parish churches and our dioceses in the mission of the Church.
Bruce Bryant Scott, Europe 113. I was really hoping that I wouldn't speak at this General Synod because I always talk about how we didn't do it that way in Canada, but we didn't do it that way in Canada. We did have a body called the Council of General Synod. It is the executive body of General Synod. It has representation from every part. It has a large contingent of bishops, priests, and laity. It is a large body. Isn't always the most effective body, and it always has to go and get professional and experienced assistance from outside. This is not the body that SENS is envisioned to be. It's too small. It can function as the body it is envisioned to be, but it seems to me that if you are going to have leaders in a church such as we have, then we should let them lead. The Archbishop of Canterbury, whoever that individual is, and the Archbishop of York, likewise, whoever that person is, are going to be leaders regardless. I would rather have them in that leadership position in SENS, rather than working through the back rooms or by influence. If you don't trust them, remember the old adage, it's better to keep your enemies close. I trust my bishop. I trust most bishops. And I think we need to let them lead. The danger is if we only have a bunch of elected bishops on, the new SENS, is that you wind up actually having a new power base, separate, so that Bishopsthorpe and Lambeth are over there, and then you've got the bishops from the new SENS over here, and there could be all kinds of tug-of-war going on, and that would not be helpful. So I'm speaking against this motion. One final word. I minister on the island of Crete in Greece. I'm trying to learn standard modern Greek, and the word kairos in standard modern Greek does mean time, but it also means weather. So yes, let's bring in a new front, a change in the weather, but let's not bring in a hurricane.
Alison Coulter.
Alison Coulter, Winchester 428. Synod, I was a member of the Governance Review Board, so I've been closely involved in this work. I just want to take this opportunity to thank Sir David Liddington, Andrew Mandy, Stephanie Harvey, and all my colleagues. Sorry, I'm not going to name you all, but thank you. It's been a privilege to work on this together. And we've spent a long time talking about these things, and we spent a long time talking about what would be the right role for the archbishops. And so it gives me no pleasure at all to disagree with my good friend Adrian, but I would urge you to resist this amendment. I do think it's important that we have joining up, and perhaps I'm agreeing with the things that Bishop Sarah has said. What I notice as a member of the Archbishop's Council is there are gaps, and there are sort of silos of working, and there are too many gaps. And I think that actually if we don't have the archbishops on the SENS board, then those gaps will be wider. I think it's really important that they have regular contact with the trustees, understand the work. And I'm also just aware of the huge workload and pressure on our archbishops. And I think one of the good things about SENS is that there will be an independent chair, as we've heard, somebody who's given a significant amount of time each week to lead this organisation. So we're taking that pressure off the archbishops. And so my hope is that it will mean that they can come and have space to reflect and to work as a trustee alongside everybody else, and that will be a good role. I hope that will be something that works a little better for them. Bruce, we love Canada. We know things are really, really good there. So I just want to say I agree with much of what you said as well. Thank you, Synod, and I just ask you to resist this amendment. Thank you.
I now wish to test the mind of Synod on whether item 546 has been sufficiently debated. I put the motion for closure on item 546. All those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Thank you. That's carried. Mr. Greenwood, would you like to respond to the debate? You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much to one and all for your contributions. As I said, my main purpose of bringing this amendment was because I did feel it was a topic which ought to be aired on the floor of Synod, particularly as we are now in a formal consultation period as to what duties the new Archbishop of Canterbury should fulfill. So we have had a good airing. I have been there and in the room, and I have seen the pressure that the archbishops are under when they turn up to an Archbishop's Council meeting. The fact that there will be an independent chair is a great step forward, and I agree with my good friend Alison that that will make a significant difference to how they are able to engage, and they'll be able to engage as members rather than as the chair. Ultimately, members of Synod, this is your decision, your decision. I'll give notice now that if this is voted down, then I won't move the rest of the stuff. You'll be relieved to know, because it goes together. So over to you. It's your vote.
Thank you. I now put item 546 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. All those against, please show. Thank you. That item is not carried. Therefore, items 547 up to 554 will not be moved. Synod, I am now going to adjourn this sitting, but what I would like to do is to ask your permission to extend for Thy Kingdom Come to present to us. Understanding Order 15.6, I may, with the general consent of Synod, extend the sitting by not more than 15 minutes in order that we may complete the business. I would propose an extension of a sitting of not more than 15 minutes. Does the Synod give its general consent? All those in favour? All those against?
Philip North, 008 Blackburn. I think the Thy Kingdom Come team would rather have a proper slot in July, if that's all right, rather than talk to a two-thirds empty and utterly exhausted Synod.
Can I just respond? It wasn't a point of order, but I completely take your point. Yes. Yes, Mr. Scowen.
That being the case, could we not complete this bit of business now? Because I don't think there's anything other than the responses that are come.
Yes, go ahead. If you'd like to tell me what your point of order, your standing order number is.
I can't. All I can tell you is that Thy Kingdom Come team have been here all day, have travelled up from the West Country to do this presentation. The person doing the presentation has spent weeks doing it, preparing for it, and I think it would be quite nice to hear what they've got to say, given that they've given up so much time and effort to be here to tell us this information. Thank you.
I'm afraid that's not a point of order. Because Synod didn't accept an extension, we are now adjourning for the evening and we move to worship. Thank you.
Good evening, Synod. It's my great pleasure to introduce you to the Thy Kingdom Come team, who are going to lead our evening worship for us this evening. And let's hold a couple of moments quiet as we prepare to worship.
Our psalm this evening appropriately starts with the words, "I waited patiently for the Lord." Thy Kingdom Come, friends, is a prayer movement. And I think probably I speak on behalf of all the team, but if we had a choice between an hour and a quarter debate or a few minutes of prayer, like you, we know what we would choose. And Thy Kingdom Come isn't just general prayer, it is particular prayer. It is specific in that we invite our nation and Christians around the world, in 180 nations, by the way, which you may have heard and will hear in July, to pray for 5 particular people to know the love of our Lord Jesus Christ. And so I invite you in just a moment's quiet to bring to mind the particular people for which we will pray together in the coming minutes. O God, make speed to save us. Our opening hymn, Thy Kingdom Come. that this evening may be holy, may be good, may be peaceful. Let us pray with one heart and mind. As our evening prayer rises before you, O God, so may your mercy come down upon us to cleanse our hearts and to set us free to sing your praise now and forever. Amen. Please be seated for our psalm. I'm going to suggest that we draw a line somewhere that way. And if those on this side would like to join in the odd verses and those on the far side in the even, I'm tempted to introduce the red diamond with the words of the former Bishop of Lambeth that some of you will pause and some of you will not. But let's pause for just a breath. I waited patiently for the Lord. He inclined to me and heard my cry. He brought me out of the roaring pit, out of the mire and clay. He set my feet upon a rock and made my footing sure. He has put a new song in my mouth, a song of praise to our God. Many shall see and fear and put their trust in the Lord. Blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, who does not turn to the proud, but follow the high. Great are the wonders you have done, O Lord my God. How great your designs for us. There is none that can be compared with you. If I were to proclaim them and tell them, they would be more than I am able to express. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and shall be forever. Amen.
For this reason, I bow down my knee before the Father, from whom every family in heaven and on earth takes its name. I pray that according to the riches of his glory, he may grant that you may be strengthened in your inner being with power through his Spirit, and that Christ may dwell in your hearts through faith, as you are being rooted and grounded in love. I pray that you may have the power to comprehend with all the saints what is the breadth and length and height and depth, and to know the love of Christ that surpasses knowledge, so that you may be filled with all the fullness of God. Now to him who by the power at work within us is able to accomplish abundantly far more than all that we can ask or imagine, to him be glory in the church and in Christ Jesus to all generations, forever and ever. Amen.
Lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praises. I'm so glad you're in my life. I'm so glad you came to save us. You came from heaven to earth to show the way from the earth to the cross. My debt to pay, from the cross to the grave, from the grave to the sky. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praise. sky. Lord, I lift your name on. You came from heaven to earth to show the way. From the earth to the cross, I dare to pay. From the cross to the grave, from the grave to the sky. Lord, I lift your name on high.
May we remain standing, if comfortably able, as we join with Mary in her prayer. May we say together, "My soul proclaims the greatness of the Lord.
My spirit rejoices in God, my Saviour. He has looked with favour on his holy servant. From this day all generations will call me blessed. The Almighty has done great things for me, and holy is his name. He has mercy on those who fear him, from generation to generation. He has shown strength with his arm, and has scattered the proud in their conceit, casting down the mighty from their thrones, and lifting up the lowly. He has filled the hungry with good things, and sent the rich away empty. He has come to the aid of his servant Israel, to remember his promise of mercy, the promise made to our ancestors, to Abraham and his children forever. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and shall be forever. Amen.
Please be seated for the prayers. Through Christ, whoever lives to make intercession for us, let us pray to the Lord. Lift up our hearts to the heavenly places and inspire us to serve you as a royal priesthood. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Let all peoples acknowledge your kingdom and grant on earth the blessings of peace. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Send down upon us the gift of the Spirit. And renew your church with power from on high. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. May peace abound with righteousness flourish, that we may vanquish injustice and wrong. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Help us to proclaim the good news of salvation and grant us the needful gifts of your grace. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Let us commend the world, for which Christ prays, to the mercy and protection of God. Thy kingdom come, thy
Lord of the hosts of heaven, our salvation and our strength. Without you we are lost. Guard us from all that harms or hurts, and raise us when we fall, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. As before we join in the prayer, Jesus taught us in whatever language is closest to our hearts. May we hold a moment of silent prayer together, naming before God those we particularly pray, for whom we ask your kingdom to come, thy kingdom to come in their lives. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Your kingdom come, your will be done. On earth as in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, power, and glory are yours, now and forever. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all evermore. May we stand.
Brothers and sisters, on your behalf, could I thank the Thy Kingdom Come team for coming today and apologise that we haven't been able to receive your presentation. We are so sorry about that. It would have done our hearts good. But that is the way sometimes of the business of Synod. We're very sorry. We look forward to receiving that presentation in July, though that, of course, will be after the novena of prayer, which is Thy Kingdom Come. And as we've learned, this year it is the 10th anniversary. So we look forward to joining in this wave of prayer. We are very grateful for all the work that is done to make it happen. And we are praying, Thy Kingdom Come. The Lord be with you. And also with you. May God's kingdom come among us. May his will be done in us, on earth as it is in heaven. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you and remain with you always. Amen.